What's up, everybody, and welcome to a solo stream. Oh shit, let me turn off my thing. All right, starting strong with notifications right out of the gate. Okay, those are silenced. We're ready to roll. So today, we rescheduled with Zach Gordon. It was going to be me and Zach Gordon today, but he had a conflict come up. He had to take care of his boot campers. And so instead, what I'm going to do is work on something that I've been meaning to do for a while, which is to build a transformer plugin for Gatsby that will allow us to use Cloudinary images with gatsby-image, which is something I find pretty exciting because, gatsby-image is cool. Let me find the thing. What's up, David? So the way that this works is, I think this is the page I'm looking for. So Gatsby image gives us a ton of options. We've got the standard blur up effect, which is what it was kind of made famous on Medium. We've got background color, so we can tell it to be a red box or a yellow box. That's pretty advanced stuff, because you gotta know what color your images are to do that. Traced SVG, which looks super advanced but is actually surprisingly pleasant to do. You get the ability to just kind of create these little miniature traced versions of the image as a placeholder. And then WebP, you won't notice a difference, but the images are much smaller. So what's cool about this is that all this gets auto-generated by Gatsby at build time through the Sharp transformer plugin. What's not cool about this is that Sharp is a huge pain in the neck. Keeping it PG today. So Sharp's a pain because it's a C, I think a C library that's been ported to Node, and that means that you're like running Node JIP to compile it, and it has to be with the exact same version in Node as last time. So if your lock file gets out of date, you're using NVM or something, then things get all goofy and weird, and it's a huge pain. So to avoid that, I want to use something that doesn't require that, right? So what I want instead is I want to be able to just like upload, I want to put an image into my site, and I want that image to get sent up to Cloudinary, and I want just a bunch of URLs back. So Cloudinary, if you're not familiar with it, is kind of an API-driven asset management system. You can just upload whatever into it, and it'll like give you these URLs. So I did a stream a little while back with Tessa Mero where we walked through kind of how this works, and it got me thinking about how powerful this solution could be and how it could solve my own pain, which is that I don't particularly care for having Sharp running all the time. It kind of bums me out because it just feels like a lot, right? So what I want to do is I'm going to build a plugin here. Let's see, Cloudinary. Nope, can't spell. Cloudinary. The hell was that? No, that's the wrong one. This one. Okay, so I'm gonna get logged in here and go here. So who's in the chat today? I don't have a guest, so I need someone to banter with. I need y'all to step up. Where are you at? I see David's in the chat. Who else is here? Grant, Chris, what's up, y'all? Oh, I made a thing. It's a dumb thing, but check this out. So this is my little dumb chat bot. So now you can run. It has one command, which is blitzed, and that's the silly thing that I did yesterday. I want to make that way more powerful, but I'm waiting on a little bit more. So cool. Yeah. All right. Let's take a look at what's going on here. So I've basically got this this really cool. Hey, wait, why didn't it work? Oh man. That would have been so cool if it would have like continued working. Does it only work if you're in the? Did it like run once and die? That's a bummer. Identical to the previous one you sent less than 30. Oh, maybe there's like spam handlers. All right, try that again. See if you can run Blitz now. Maybe it just can't get run back to back or something. Ecomath's been checking the source code. So all right. So then we've also got. All right. So I've got this image, right? And this image, I want to use one that's got a better name so that I can actually see what the hell's going on. So let's go to the media library. I'm gonna look at this one, and I'm gonna get the URL for it, which is where I found this before. It's all right. There's a library for it, or a format for it. Can I just copy the URL? Okay. So this is what's kind of cool, right? So you've got this this like caching stuff, and really like this is the image, and then the caching is just kind of a junky string that gets dropped in there. But then we can do all sorts of cool stuff to it. And what's particularly exciting to me is that we can do something like this, where it will it'll resize, or like if I want to make it, even a different setup, I think I can do it like this. Yeah, so I can kind of squish it, and then I can do I'm trying to do all these from fit. No, that wasn't it. Fill. There we go. So this is kind of like you get all these controls, right? These fillings. And so what's cool about this is that this means I could serve this image. Like I could upload it once to Cloudinary, and then I can create these URLs, and these URLs are cacheable. That's why they've got this cache string in them. And that's really exciting because it means I, as a like image, I guess as a blog creator, I don't need to install something like Sharp on my machine. I can just run this Cloudinary transformer. It's going to throw these images up to Cloudinary and send back these URLs. And I only need the one URL, and then I can transform it to be any type that I want it to be. What's up, Mr. Nime? But yeah, so that's kind of what I'm after today. Is if we look at the source code for, let's go here. If I look at the source code for one of these images, it comes back with a handful of things. Actually, you know what would be easier than this? I'm just going to start a site. Let's just build a site for this. Did I create one? Yeah, Gatsby transformer Cloudinary. What do you mean the sound effects, since they're not set up? They are set up. Are they not playing? Hold on. Oh, so we would need to add code. Is that right? What are you doing, computer? Why? Why are you like this? What? This is frustrating. Oh wait, here we go. Now we got audio coming back. What about all right, y'all can hear me now. So what about sound effects? Now the sound effects are gone. What the F, y'all? No, sound. You know, this always, it like works right up until you really need it to work. Okay, so that was the input. Streaming with desktop audio. Let's just throw on some like low-key, lo-fi hip-hop YouTube. How about that? That'll give me a good indication of whether or not this is actually working. Boy, that is... Okay, that's going to be weird, but this... What about now?
So become part of this growing
All right, I think something just hiccuped. What's up, Will Johnson? Hey, thank you for the subscription. All right, so how about now? We got everything working. Code. Is that right? Got sound effects? We good? We're in business? Okay. All right, cool. So that was the first detour of the day. So what I want to do now, wait, let's turn that down. All right, so I think that should be good. We'll do this, and then I'm going to do a new site. So I'm going to do Gatsby new. All right, so that's exciting. That's how I'm feeling. All right, so we've got Gatsby new. We're going to clone a site in here. We should see it pop in. And I'm going to use the one that's already got the Gatsby image set up. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want to be able to see what the Gatsby image output is, and then I'm gonna try to steadily replace that with the Cloudinary image. So this will be fun because we're gonna get to actually apply all this stuff that I keep learning. You know, I learned about how to use Cloudinary. I just learned advanced GraphQL stuff from Mikhail. It was earlier this week. And so all of those things are gonna kind of come together in this transformer because we're gonna define the Gatsby Cloudinary type and all sorts of fun stuff. So let's get into here. And our basic setup right now is that we're pulling from the file system, we're getting these images, and then we've got Sharp installed. And because we've got Sharp installed, if I start this up, what I'll be able to see here is I want to figure out what the fields are that we need to return for a page. And I think it's going to be image is in components. And this is what I want to see. So I'm actually just going to console log this because I want to see what the contents of Fluid are. All right, so we're compiled. I'm going to head over to localhost. That's where we're going today. And in my console, I have my placeholder image, child image Sharp, and Fluid. And so this is going to give me back the aspect ratio, base 64, size is source, and source set. And the source set is, so this is where Cloudinary is going to shine, right? Because it's going to give us the 75 pixel wide, the 150 pixel wide, all those different values. Oh, come on, be easier to edit. So each of these can just be a Cloudinary URL, and we don't have to do that work. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the goal. Is like Gatsby image will take, as long as I give Gatsby image this set of fields, we can hard code Gatsby image if we want. So like if I go take, say this one, and I go in and I want to do a Gatsby image use case, I can grab it and put it right on this page. So let's maybe start by doing that so that we can see what fields we have to replace. So I'm going to import image from Gatsby, and then this one is using Sharp, and then let's add another one, hand-coded, and that's going to be just a straight duplicate of this, and I'll put it down here. And then for this one, oh, I'm going to need to... Let's actually rename this one. Okay, and then I want this to be image so that we can use, oh, whoa, boy, that would have been embarrassing. So we're using gatsby-image. And then down here, I can set a fluid. And fluid is going to be an object. And then the alt is hard-coded. So we need a few things. We need a base 64. So it's an aspect ratio, which we'll set to 1. A base 64, which I don't have. We're gonna have to create that later. Let's just copy the sizes straight up. So the sizes will be max width 300, 100 y, otherwise 300 pix. I only loosely understand how that one works. I think that's for like for picture elements, but I don't really ever use those, so I'm just kind of copying it across. And then we've got the source and the source set. So the source we'll set in this one, and for the source set, we can set like this one at, or actually let's make these square because we just set an aspect ratio of 1. So we'll do the 75. And then for this one, we'll do the 75 to start. And then I can set this to be 75 wide. And then I'm going to use a template literal so that I can do line breaks in here, because otherwise this is going to get gnarly in a hurry. So I'm going to take this and we'll copy that across, and then I'm going to take all the 75s, convert them to 150s, and then do that one more time, and we'll do 300 this time. Oh, and I suppose I need like the actual big one, right? So we'll set 600, I guess. What's the final value on this one? Oh, that goes quite, I don't care that much. We're just trying to prove a concept here. So we're going to set this up like this. I'm going to set these over a bit so we can see what's going on. And that should work. We'll see. Yeah, it does. All right, so we've got our hand-coded image. Now the problem is going to be, see, it didn't have a, let me slow down the network so we can actually see this happen. Let's put it on the side. And we'll go to network and we'll slow it down to like fast 3G. And so what'll happen here is we'll get the base 64 for the astronaut because we generated one of those with Sharp. Oh my God. Every time I throttle the 3G. Okay, but you're that fast? Damn it. Okay, we're okay, I'm gonna swap this over and we're gonna do it the other way. I'm gonna put this one up here. Yeah, you see how it was blank and then it popped in? That's what the base 64 image does. And so what I want to do next, let's stop throttling because we're not gonna need that just yet. So what we want to do next is we want to figure out how to like generate these Cloudinary images. And so the first thing I want to do is I want to create I'm going to develop this plugin locally. So I'm going to come down here and I'm just going to create a folder called plugins. And inside of this plugins directory, I'm going to create another new folder. We'll call it Gatsby Transformer Cloudinary. And inside of this, we're going to create a package.json. And this needs a handful of things. Actually, you know what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to get rid of this. And then I'm going to get into the terminal here, and we'll go into plugins, Gatsby plugin. The width height stuff that Jen Simmons has been talking. No, I haven't. I'm not. Do you got a link for me? So then I'm going to do a yarn init, And this is going to be called, I think I need to namespace this. Let's not worry about that yet. So this is going to be, I'm probably going to release this as a beta first. So while we figure out what I'm missing, transform local files into Cloudinary managed assets for Gatsby sites. The entry point I'm going to set up as being Gatsby node because I don't want to have like an empty URL. And then I haven't figured out, I think the Cloudinary team is kind of sponsoring this build, right? They're pretty stoked about it. So I'm going to put this on their GitHub, but I can't remember where that is right now. So let's get it working first, and then we'll figure that out later. So let's do Gatsby, or that's me, Jason at Langsdorff now. And it's not private. So, okay, so that gives us the thing. And then while I'm thinking about that, I'm going to do the stuff that's going to make this show up in the Gatsby plugin showcase. No boop file. I know. I'm sorry. So let's go look at the actual source code. So we're going to look at gatsby.js Gatsby. And I want to look at the transformer plugins. So that's in packages. Gatsby transformer sharp is what I'm really looking for here. And I'm going to look in the package for the tags is kind of what I'm stealing right now. So let's look at the keywords. All right, and I'm going to take those and we'll just drop those right here. So it's a Gatsby plugin, and we're going to swap that out for Cloudinary. All right, let's take a look at this. So we've got some Jen Simmons goodness. Start putting height and width into your image again. Oh, interesting. Okay, I want to watch this. Okay, that's no good. That's the jank. Oh, interesting. Okay, so what does this look like? Max width 100%. Okay, so this is cool. The challenge, I mean, I guess we can do it. We could do it that way. Right now, gatsby-image kind of handles all that for us. So yeah, but this is super. Actually, I should hold on to that so that I can put it in the show notes. So what is a transformer plugin? The NovaGlow, great question. So a transformer plugin in Gatsby is something that takes one type of data and transforms it into another type of data. So we can kind of see that in action if we go to the localhost, the graphical explorer here. So I'll take this down and I'm going to get, let's do all file. And in here, I can start looking at my nodes. And so each node, that's like a collection of data. And with files, it's the data in the site is, like we looked at the images directory. So it's going to go in and say, oh, I have a JPEG. Here's like the last time it was accessed. Here's exactly where it lives on the file system. Here's when it was changed. But then we get this child image sharp. So sharp transforms this node. It notices that it's type. Because if we look at its internal here and we look at the media type, we'll see that it's an image PNG. And so the transformer, sorry, I'm half a cup of coffee in today, so you gotta cut me a break. So what the transformer does is whenever a node gets created in Gatsby, we can do something. We have an onCreate node. And when we create that node, we are able to say, hey, I want you to take that node and do something with it and then create another node. And we mark that as a child. And so what this gives us the ability to do then is to say like, I see that you've got a file that's of type image, I can do something with images. So let me turn that into this whole like transformed thing. And then we get not just the like original file, but like a transformed version of it. So this is, yeah. I don't even get that joke, Ecomath. What is that? What is that? What is that emoji? I'm literally hovering over this, trying to figure out what it is. Is that a bird? Keep in mind, I'm very old in my heart, and I like straight up don't know what any of that means. I'm not hip. A peep? What's a peep? What are we peeping? Okay. So anyways, so that's what a transformer plugin does. It'll add more stuff to. All right, you smart asses, I get it. So what I'm gonna do here is like, all right, I'm gonna put y'all on timeout. So what we're transforming the plugin or the PNG into is like, if we look at the this file now. So if I look at the stuff that comes in without the plugin. So this is the only thing that the transformer adds. All of this stuff is like kind of useful, but not really. It's going to give us a bunch of information about the file system, not the file itself. So we get all of this stuff. Let's just look at it all. It's a big old mess. And I'm going to skip the internal stuff because that's Gatsby specific. I'm just grabbing all of it. Here we go. Go, 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 go. Public URL, pretty easy. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay. So when we query this, so the absolute path, this doesn't help us on the internet because it's relative to my machine. Access time, that kind of stuff, this all doesn't really matter unless we're building like a file explorer on our browser. And then we get into like stuff that I don't even know. Like, I don't even know what that is. Block size, maybe that's something for the file system to know what it's doing. Directory, again, doesn't really help us. Extension is kind of useful. Okay. ID, that's useful if we're trying to keep our instances straight, but it doesn't help us a lot. Source instance name, that's something that we can use to filter by. Relative path, okay, still not super helpful. Public URL, all right, now we're getting into something kind of useful. But here's the thing, this is the unedited version. So this is 21.2 kilobytes, and this image, if we go and look at it, like I can go look here. Oops, double slashed. That image shouldn't be 22 kilobytes. Like that image should be like a kilobyte. It's very small. It doesn't need to be that big. So we have no way of controlling that. But once we get into the node sharp stuff, and the sharp stuff. So let me just get rid of most of these. I'm going to go to child image sharp. And then once I'm in child image sharp, I can get this fluid, and let's get the source set. And I'll also get the base64 and a traced SVG. So what I get out of these is I get these resized images. So this is a source set for 200 pixels wide. And that's much smaller. So if I'm only using this as a like tiny thing, then I don't need the 22 kilobyte version. And this version is how big? 2.7 kilobytes, right? So we just sent 10% of the data by running it through Sharp. So that's what the transformer plugin is doing, is it's basically running these image transformations like you would run through TinyBNG or Squoosh.app or something like that. But it's saving us from having to do that. It does it in line. So then, the color scheme for Explorer for this thing. Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. That is, this is a little confusing when you start, but it's actually, once you get the hang of it, it's really powerful. So I'll go on something a little bit less intense to look at. So let's look at the pages. And so I can search for a path that matches something. So let me like search for this, and then I'll get the Let's get the path and the ID. And so this is like we're able to filter. So if I turn this off, it'll get, oh, that gets more than one. Let's use all site page. And then we'll use nodes. Whoops. JavaScript hands. Okay, so when we start here, we get a bunch of pages back. We get page 2, we get our 404 page, all those sorts of things. But if I want to filter, then I can say I only want some of these pages. So let me check that the ID, I don't know, let's make sure that it has 404 in it. And then, what? Hold on. I'm not very good at the regex ones. Maybe this one will work. Yeah. So this one only brings you the 404 pages back. And so the purple parts with the checkboxes, those are filters. And these are so that you can limit what you get back. And then the darker ones, which the contrast isn't great on here, but these are for us to be able to get like actual data. So it's a little confusing when you first start, but I really like this because you can just click boxes instead of having to, what you used to have to do is you wouldn't have the Explorer, and instead you'd be over here. Like, all right, I want to get into the query, and then I'm going to get a site page, and okay, I want to figure out here are my arguments, so I can get an ID, and then I got to get the equal, and that takes a string, right? So you kind of have to like dig in. You got blitzed. There's also a sound effect for that now. I made one. I updated the sound effects thing too, so that now it tells you more data. It takes you to the place where there's a full list. Yeah, the graphical UI is super improved, and the Explorer in particular. This is built by the OneGraph team. So that's the dumbest one I've made so far. So what's really cool about this is that the OneGraph team basically just expanded this out. And if you're not familiar with OneGraph, they're a great company. They do some really, really interesting things with like combining data from different sources and kind of handling authentication and a lot of really advanced kind of server-side stuff. And then, Squoosh.app. Squoosh rules. So Squoosh is it's like an image processing thing. So like, here's this. I don't know if y'all were watching when I did the stream for Secret Sandwich with Marissa earlier this week, but I made that CAPTCHA, the troll CAPTCHA of find every picture of a sandwich, and there are no sandwiches. There's only hot dogs. And so then so what Squoosh lets you do is you can kind of drag up the quality up or down. So if I turn this way down, you can see it looks like it's terrible, and then you can compare. So I can say like, well, here, like, oh, I want that like really memey JPEG quality. But yeah, so you can choose those. You can get, there's a whole bunch of settings. This was built by Jake Archibald and his team to kind of show what the benefit of, or like how you can build a really high performance web app with very few dependencies because it's a tiny little site. But this is, yeah, you can resize it. You can change there's all these like super geeky settings that I don't know. But yeah, you can like reduce the number of colors so that it's only got like 2 colors, right? So, but then if you like turn the quality up, you can actually get some kind of cool effects out of this, right? So it's a good app. You should definitely go use it if you are, if you're planning to resize images. But we don't want to have to do that for literally every image on our site. And oh, Bobby Tables, you found my mod joke. I'm probably going to change that. I feel like that's kind of disrespectful. But so this is where we're at now. So just kind of like bringing us back, finding our center. Okay, we are going to build a transformer plugin. And so I have this transformer plugin, and all it is right now is a package JSON. And so what I want it to do is, let's go to gatsby.js or Gatsby node, and I want to look for any node that gets created. And so when we do that, I'm going to get the node, and I'm going to get some actions. And I'm also going to pull out the reporter because I'm just going to start by dumping some stuff. So I'm going to say if the node internal media type, let's define our media types. So I'm going to just kind of put a constant up here that's allowed media types, and we'll make it an array, and I'll say image PNG and image JPEG. Is that right? Is it JPEG with an E or JPG? Let's find out. So then we're going to say allowed media types includes the node internal type. Actually, let's short circuit. If it doesn't include it, we're just going to bail. If it does, then we can just the trolling on 1,000 today. I do say JPEG. So we're going to open a couple JPEG images. So if we get a node that is one of our allowed types, the image PNG or the image JPEG, then let's just for now log it. We're going to say reporter.info, and we will spit out, just stringify it. So let's just stringify the node. That's going to be a lot of data. I'm going to just stringify the node internal so we don't spam the terminal. Now, so I've created now a plugin. Like, this is basically what we've done is we've created a Gatsby plugin. So I'm going to use it and go into the Gatsby config, and I'm going to install resolve Gatsby transformer Cloudinary. And I'm setting it up this way because I know that at some point we're going to need options because we have to send it to like our perfect or our personal Cloudinary setup. And yeah, let's I don't know, let's just let this rip. What should happen is when I start up the site, it should tell me that we've got 2 images. Yeah, here we go. So we've got our info, and it gave us our 2 images, an image PNG. I'm going to add, for the sake of testing, I want to make sure that the JPEG works. So I'm going to add this JPEG as well. And we can see our JPEG was handled. So we added the file, and the plugin immediately picked it up. So that's a good deal. That's what we want. And so now we can start doing stuff with it. So I want to... Computer? Why? Why are you like this? Am I offending you, Ecomath? Blame Bobby Tables. He did it. So you brought this on yourselves. So yeah, let me get a little more coffee because now we're going to get into the fun stuff. Okay, all right, okay. This Chemex thing is the best. All right. Who's ready for some code? So what I want to do is I want to define my media types. We're going to say, we've got a few things that we need to do. We need to define the schema for the, is that right? For the transformer, or for the transform node. Then we need to upload the file to Cloudinary, and we'll need a library for that. 3, then we want to get the URL for the uploaded asset. Applied transformations for the, what am I trying to say? We want to apply transformations for the requested size. We also want to get a base 64 version of the image at like 30 pixels wide. That's how the blur up works. You take a little tiny image and then you expand it up large, and the browser, trying to make it look less terrible, will blur it, and that gives us the thing. Let's see. So, yeah. So, the JPEG to JPEG to JPEG. I knew that actually about the three letter thing. What I was curious about is if I need to add, like, do I also need to add an image JPEG like that? Like, do they serve that image type? I'm gonna have to go look at this later. For now, this is working, so I'm not gonna stress about it. At some point, we need to go look at the Cloudinary docs and figure out what types of images they support, so that we can like accept those and send them back. Because Cloudinary they're pretty wild. They can handle, you can upload freaking Photoshop files to Cloudinary and it'll turn them into images and stuff. It's very cool. It handles a lot. So, all right. So here are kind of our stated goals here. We're going to define the schema. So to define the schema, I'm going to create schema customization. And that is going to get some stuff. But what I specifically want to do here is I want to think about what this type looks like. So the type itself, let's just do something like this. And I'm going to set up the type will be Cloudinary asset. That seems like it'll be okay. And then we want to get those fields that we had to hard code. So if I go back here and I look at all of these, I want to make sure that I'm returning those. And so this one was an integer, that's going to be required. This is a string, that's going to be required. The sizes were a string, also required. Source is a string, everything's a string. Everything's a string. And everything's a string and nothing is optional. And then this is going to be implements node, because we want the Gatsby node fields to go. Does it have to be Pascal case? It does. So no, this can be, like, we could call it A if we wanted. I would not recommend that though. Convention says that GraphQL types are Pascal case though. So Ecomath, my sites are hosted through Netlify. So which site specifically is being marked as spam? So Gray Fox, I don't know what you just did, but it's a little more computer science than I can handle this early in the morning. All right, so let's I have no idea what's the end. 42. So this is kind of what we're looking at here. I want to create this type, and this in and of itself would be kind of fine. Oh, that's weird that they get picked up as spam, Ecomath. I have no idea. They're on Netlify. I haven't done anything special there. Maybe it's the crypto miner that I install in your browser when you visit. I kid. I would never do that. So yeah, let's see. What do I want to do next? I've got the schema, so now I need to actually use it. So let's go look at the schema customization docs, so that I'm not just kind of Gatsby schema customization. And I want to just take a look at the field types. So that's what we're doing. Create types comes out of actions. And I'm not even going to bother with, we don't need to create a bunch of variables when we already know what we're doing. So we'll create the types, and these are the types we want to create, right? Everything's good. So the other thing that I want to figure out is I feel like I want to do this. I want to just don't infer. Yeah, you did. So here's our don't infer. And let's see here. So we're not inferring. And what that means is, so like the default behavior of Gatsby and the way that it's been built up until very recently is that when you put in a node, if I have an JavaScript object that's got, let me just write some pseudocode here. If I've got a JavaScript object and it is like, let's see, something like, title is, and then you've got a body of, whatever, like, when you created a node out of this, Gatsby would say, oh, I see a title field and it's a string. Let's create, so it would basically create a type that would look like, it would infer a type. And it would be kind of like title string and body string. And note that these are not required. So if they weren't there, they would go null. But then the problem is that if you wrote your site and you are like, I'm going to rely on the body, but for whatever reason, nobody supplied any nodes for this. Like, so a common use case for this is you build a starter, and the starter assumes that you're going to have blog data, but when you first install it, there are no blogs because they don't want to fill it up with a bunch of junk. Then your site would immediately fail because it'd be like, couldn't find the field title. Instead of just returning like no posts. And that's what inference is doing. So inference is saying, I have data, here's a title, we're going to expect this to be an optional string. But then if there's no data, it doesn't infer it, which means that the type never gets created. So there's some edge cases where this approach, while very convenient, can be a problem. And so schema customization lets us work around that by saying this type is always going to exist and it's going to have these fields. So even if nobody uploads any images, we can query for Cloudinary assets and it would just give us an empty array, right? Ooh, I do need a blitzed emoji. That would be a good one. I have another emote spot. I also think with that last subscription, that pushed me over. So now I think I have 2 new emote slots. Also, for anybody who's watching, this is September on Twitch, which means that you can subscribe for half price, and subscriptions help keep streamers going. It's a little bit of cash to keep us rolling. They're like $2.50 right now. So if you want to kick like half a cup of coffee, Portland coffee at least, my way, that helps me out a lot. Too much power. I don't have too much power. I need more power. Okay, so Cloudinary assets, that's what we want. We're going to create this type. And so what's cool is that now that I've done this, we've exported the schema customization and we're creating this type. And that means, oh man, Johnny, I live in Portland, Oregon. The coffee here is, it's like $4.50 for a latte. So let's stop and restart. I'm going to clean actually. So Gatsby clean, because I didn't change any of the nodes, but I want to reprocess them. So let's run Gatsby develop again. Okay, so then what we'll see is that this is before I've reloaded. Note that the Cloudinary asset's not there. But now that I've reloaded, the Cloudinary asset is here. And so I can go in and I can just query for it, and we can see base 64, aspect ratio, sizes, source set. And when I query, it just comes back empty. So we don't have any data here. We haven't actually like done anything. We've just told Gatsby, hey, this type exists. And this is really, really powerful because it means that we can write apps that expect data to exist. And even if nobody uploads it, now we just have to provide an empty state. Like, hey, you don't have any assets, as opposed to catching an error of, oh, you've queried a field that doesn't exist. It's this cryptic GraphQL error. We don't want that. So we want this to be, even if you're starting a site from scratch, even if you're setting it up from a template and there aren't any images yet, it should just say you need to upload an image. Hey, what's up, Romain? So we want to make this more user friendly, and that's what the schema customization is all about. So now that we've got that, we can start looking at how to do the rest of this stuff. So I want to upload this file to Cloudinary. So I'm going to look at Cloudinary's docs, which are over here somewhere. Here. And let's go to the... let's look at Cloudinary. We'll go to the documentation here. And I'm going to search for Node SDK. Because what I want is I want to just kind of, oh man, I did that thing where I was in the middle of a sentence and I started reading and I completely forgot what I was doing. So what I want is I want to be able to get the Cloudinary stuff and run that over. But like, where do they have installation and setup? That's what I want. So I'm going to install Cloudinary. Are we talking to somebody making fun of the coffee in the Northwest? I will come for you. Oh yeah, in Europe the coffee is wonderful and it's very cheap. I remember when I was in Italy. So Italy, this was one of my favorite coffee culture moments. I went to Rome and I learned about the idea of like the standing coffee break, where you get your shot of espresso, but like you don't go sit down for a coffee. You like walk in and you pay like €1 or like €2 for a shot of espresso, and they give it to you at the bar and you drink it standing at the bar for like 3 minutes, and then you like go back to work. But you do this like I saw Italian people doing this like 3-4 times a day. It was like what they did for their coffee breaks, right? They would, instead of going to their coffee maker in the office, they would just walk across the street to the bar, get a shot of espresso, and then walk back into the office. I loved it. It was so much fun. That's also where I learned that you're not supposed to have milk in your coffee after like 11 a.m. or something. I got some really weird looks. I was like, 4 p.m. I'm like, can I have a cappuccino? And they were like, get out. For a while, I thought it was because I was so bad at pronouncing cappuccino. Do you remember? I can't remember what movie it's from, but it's Fred Wilson, I think his name is, and he plays like a TV announcer. And there's just this really good segue where he's like, next up, we're gonna learn about something called a cappuccino, and wait till you see what it costs. I love it. So. What am I doing? What have I done? I'm going to install Cloudinary is why we were here in the first place. So thank you for the sub, Chris. Really appreciate it. So let's do a yarn add Cloudinary. Oh wait, I need to do this in my transformer. So let's go into the plugins and Cloudinary. And so I'm going to yarn add Cloudinary. And then I'm going to come back out. All good? Yep. All right. So then I am going to just follow these instructions because this is what I want to do. So the interesting thing here is, can you just take like, oh, dang, this is going to be cool. All right. So what I want to figure out here, let me set up like a test bucket here because I want to do a couple things. I'm going to create a new folder and call it transformer test. And what I want is I want to upload images here. My terminal? Man, okay. So for real, I have no idea what makes people I don't get the terminal thing. people are like, oh, you got to use fish, you got to use Z shell. I'm like, I just type, I'm like, hey, git, and it does a thing for me. I guess maybe I've never just seen the power, but it's never clicked for me. I'm always like, I don't know, man. It seems like a lot of work for something that I'm just going to do the same thing in. All right, so I'm going to get Cloudinary. Syntax on V2 signature. Is it not just going to give me V2? That seems weird. Okay, so I'm going to... Okay, all right. I'm definitely not interested in all the things. I feel like I only have so much space in my brain for like advanced configuration. I don't know. It's never been a thing for me. I've never been super excited about like, oh man, I should totally learn how to do, like I don't know a lot of keyboard shortcuts too. I never learned Vim. I started learning Vim. I bought the practical guide to Vim and I just didn't get there. Because VS Code does pretty much everything I need, and I have the luxury of not knowing what I don't have, so I can't miss it. I didn't realize it was possible. Although I do kind of feel like when I watch people use Vim that they are like magical creatures from a whole different plane of existence. I swear to God, I was doing something. I was working on, like, we were building a thing, weren't we? Okay, so I have this. I'm gonna get my const Cloudinary equals require Cloudinary. I guess I gotta get v2. Yeah, I'm gonna get v2, and then on create node, what I want to do is I want to get the node.absolute path. Let's check that math. I'm going to, let's see, we'll do a Gatsby clean. And then we'll do a Gatsby develop. All right, later, EcoMath. See you next time. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy that webinar. Okay, so what I should see up here. Okay, so these are my absolute paths. So I think I can just do the Cloudinary thing. I can just be like, let's go Cloudinary, whoops, here, Cloudinary.uploader.upload. I wish that autocomplete would work. And then I'm going to add node.absolute_path. And then it's going to give me back an error and a result. And I can just log those for now. So we'll do console log error result. And espresso and some biscotti. If you're in Portugal, pastel de nata. Oh, I've had that pastel de nata. It's good. Yeah, I am very, very into that. Yeah, I love one of my favorite things to do whenever I go to another country is to try to learn like what the drinking culture is there. Like not like drinking across like everything. So like coffee, or like in Spain, I loved getting into the vermouth culture in Barcelona, where like every single bar had their house-made vermouth that was like in a barrel, and it was like, oh, that's the thing you do at like noon. It's your midday thing. You have a glass of vermouth to like break the heat, and then you go back to work. Or like in Slovenia, we would get into like rakia, which is this kind of like, well, depending on how you get it, it's like sweet or very intense. Like the mistletoe one was like knock you off your chair, but then they had like the berry ones that were almost like dessert wines. I love getting into the food culture in other places, and specifically like, what are the traditional drinks? What do you drink before dinner? What do you drink after dinner? What do you wake up with? Yeah, I don't know if you have noticed, but I kind of like food. Okay, so what I didn't do yet is I haven't set any, like, I'm pretty sure I need to set API keys and stuff, right? So I'm going to need this Cloudinary URL. All right, so let's set up a, how are we going to do that? We're going to set this up as a config option. So I want this to be Cloudinary URL, and then that is going to come out of the environment. So I'm going to do process.m.cloudinary, if I can spell it, Cloudinary URL. And to get that, I'm going to come up here and get require.env, and we'll do config. And because we're going to follow the Gatsby convention, we'll say .env.process.env.node.env. And that means that we need to create one of these. So I can create a new file, and we'll do .env.development. And that's going to get a Cloudinary URL. I think I can just paste this. Yep. So I need to go get these values, and I am not going to share my secrets, so don't even ask. And then that means that I will have options that get passed in here, right? And so in the options, I'll need to actually configure this somehow. So cloudinary.config. Thanks for coming, Rose Apple Media. And I'm going to set up the cloud name. And that's going to be, oh, okay, so we need to pass all this in. So I want to send, where was it? Gatsby config. And that'll be, should that be hard-coded? I don't know if I care enough to make it. I don't want it to be like a process. Okay, yeah, my whole internet just quit. Like everything stopped at once. That was super cool. I really enjoyed that. So let's see. What's going on? Everything, like my headphones quit and stuff too, which is pretty odd. Let's maybe get away from that. Yeah, let's, okay. So for some reason my headphones aren't working. That's very exciting. Maybe I'll just turn them off and turn them back on again. What you got? All right, now I can hear again. Okay. Oh dang! Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate it. Let's do some stuff, right? Let's do a thing. I want to take a look at these sample projects. Okay. And I want to see just kind of how this gets set up generally. So we're getting the .env, cool. And then we have Cloudinary. This is where I would set the details. And then we upload. Okay, so I need to get the API key in the secret. So Cloudinary is a asset management thing. I'll put this on YouTube. It's usually like 24 to 48 hours later. It kind of depends on how much of a nightmare the editing ends up being, given that my ISP is, man, I cannot wait for the ISP monopolies to get broken, because they're just hot garbage. They don't care at all. I called them. I was like, hey, sometimes this gigabit Ethernet that I pay for like just stops working. They're like, oh, that sounds really hard. I'm like, cool. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate your understanding. So, all right, I am going to do a thing now. So I want to get the keys and stuff. So I'm going to get those by pulling them off screen. And I'm also, let's see. So this is going to change. It's going to be cloud name, API key, and that's going to come out of the process. We'll do API key, and then we're also going to do secret. And we'll set that to be secret. I might as well just make this. We'll just set them all in the same place. No need to manage your no need to manage your credentials across different places. So I'm going to get rid of this Cloudinary URL. I'm not going to use that. So we've got cloud name API key, API secret, which means that I need to go back into this .env that I created, right? And so now this needs to be Cloudinary API key. So it's cloud name API key and API secret. So I need to go get those values. I have my Cloudinary stuff over to the, let me pull this back on for a second, and hopefully I don't share my keys. So what I want to do is I want to get an API key, and I'm pretty sure that the way I do that is I go to security, maybe. Access keys. Yeah. So check this out. So I'm going to generate a new pair, and then I'll be able to use that. So let me pull this off screen and get those. And I need to pull this off screen. Let's see. So that's the key. Boy, that is not... How the hell am I supposed to copy that? This is terrible. They like show and hide it as you try to click on it, and it's like impossible to copy. Okay, I figured it out. So here's that screen. We've got our hidden key and secret. I'm going to close this .env file and bring this back across. And so now we have access to our API key and secret. So those are then going to become available as our options, which means that I can do options.cloudname and then the API key. What was the other stuff? Let me just go to their samples. I want this. API key, and that's going to be options API key, and then options.api secret. Okay, so this should mean that we're able to actually upload our files. And assuming I'm right, what will happen is it's going to give us uploaded files. I do need a secret scene in OBS. I don't know why I haven't created one of those. I have so many things I need to update. I want to figure out a way to get like a early career developer who's like super stoked on this stuff, who wants to help me convert these into tutorials and like do some of the bot work and things like that. But I don't have budget for it right now. So I got to figure out how to get like, who wants to sponsor me? Who wants to pay me the big bucks so that I can hire staff? All right, so let's get this thing stopped and started. We'll do a Gatsby clean, and I'm only running the Gatsby clean because we didn't change any nodes, but I want them to reprocess. If we had changed nodes, it would do that automatically. So I'm going to develop this. Oh no, it didn't like it. Must supply cloud name. I did supply cloud name. Cloudinary cloud name. You gonna pretend like I didn't send that in? Let's try this again. I have not done any kind of crowdfunding stuff. I have some hesitation about doing anything for real with the business stuff because I'm not quite sure if I'm going to stay independent. Like I left Gatsby a couple weeks ago, and right now I'm independent, but I don't know that it's going to stay that way. I've had a couple conversations with people, and I'm pretty like, I'm just not sure yet. So I got to wait and see if I decide to take another job, then I'm going to, I'm not going to like crowdsource because I'll have income. So I need to figure out like what's really next for me. But that being said, like stay tuned because I may end up doing that in the future. Right. There's nothing stopping me from doing a full-time job and doing these streams as a side project. But like if I'm crowdfunding, then I need to treat these streams as I need to be really serious about it if people are going to pay me to do it. And the risk that runs there is that then it becomes a conflict of interest where like I'm having to ignore my full-time job to focus on the streams, or I'm ignoring the streams, which then everybody who's like supporting it, then I'm letting them down. So I just want to make sure I'm not, I don't want to put anybody, I don't want to put anybody in a position to be upset with me for not fulfilling the contract. So I don't know why, but this is not giving me anything. So let's, I'm just going to set this up and see if we can get it to log because I don't know what the hell's going on here. Let's clean. Let's develop. Okay. So it doesn't like some, what? How the hell did you exceed the call stack size? What? Why do I not use the VS Code terminal? Great question. Some days I do, some days I don't. I honestly could not answer that question without, I have no idea, honestly. What the hell? Like what's going on with this? I left Gatsby because I was kind of feeling disconnected from the team. And I kind of felt like I was on my own anyways. And so it just seemed like, it seemed like we were already operating as two different companies. And so this, as evidenced by the fact that like I left and almost nothing has changed. I'm still streaming. I'm still doing all the educational content. I didn't even have to cancel any meetings really. It was very odd. It was one of those accidental optimizations where we pulled me out of everything in the company. And then when I looked up, I was like, man, am I even here anymore? Let's see. Okay, but for real, like how the hell? So it's logging the absolute path, but then the options aren't coming in. Am I like screwing up the API here? Let's Gatsby on create node. I'm also struggling to understand the configs. Let me the first option, plugin options. Okay, so I'm gonna do not that. Let's go here. I'm going to go into my Gatsby config. I'm going to change these to be strings that we can share. And then I'm going to just try to dump the whole object. Okay, so cloud name, like Cloudinary cloud name. That is what I said, right? Let me, one more time, I'm going to pull this off and just look at make sure I didn't do some kind of a silly, God damn it. Okay, so I believe the problem was Cloudinary cloud name was blank. So I'm a dummy is what was ultimately happening there. I'm still gonna, let's roll this back. And let's just try that one more time. Nope, still doesn't like it. Okay, so let's roll it forward. Just kind of a quick recap of what's happening here.
Son of a biscuit.
That's how I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling very biscuity. So what we're doing is I've got like a demo site. This site is just like the default starter from Gatsby. When you run Gatsby new, this is what comes out. And what I've done is I've added this this transformer, and I'm developing it locally in the plugins folder. And that's just a convention with Gatsby. You can do that. And so now Ecomath took off. He's watching an accessibility webinar. It's unticked. It is what is it? It's points, I think, not bucks. And let's see. So we've got the transformer set up here, and I can pass any Gatsby plugin you can pass options into. And these are the options that I'm passing in, but for whatever reason, they're not coming through. So in the APIs, the API that I'm using is onCreateNode. And all of these are documented here. You can go look at the Node APIs, and you can search for the one we're looking for. Like I'm looking for onCreateNode, right? So here I can look at onCreateNode, and then we can see what we get. These, I want to see these get documented a little bit better because they, like they don't even show that second argument. But so what I want to do now is I made this safe to log because I took the API key and secret out. And now I just want to log it. Like I want to figure out what the hell happened. So I'm going to JSON stringify my options. And what we should see is the bucket name and the bucket name and then the strings key and secret, because that's what I changed the API key and secret to be. Cloud name, API key, and secret. Oh no, I know what the problem is. I passed an object to info which expects a string, and that's why it exploded. Damn it, that was a dumb thing to do. All right, so problems that I'm causing for myself notwithstanding, I think this might be better. So let's stop this. We're gonna run it again. I need this heck emote. It's so good. What are you doing? No, don't look at my, why? That's not an invalid API key though. I just got it. Are we back? Are we doing a thing now? What the hell? Man, I'm going to go, I'm going to have to get on the phone with my ISP. So where we left off, I believe, is I was realizing that there was a very cryptic like thing that I missed here where I generated that API key pair, and it wanted me to log in to save it, and I didn't even notice that, and therefore it didn't do it. So I'm going to just grab my password out, and I'm going to save. Settings updated successfully. Okay, so now theoretically that API key is valid. Oh, look at this shit. Look. Okay, so no error. Public ID. We just uploaded photos to Cloudinary. So let's go look at the media library. And there they are. They got uploaded. So, all right, we're already in good shape. However, I don't love that they didn't go into the folder. So let's figure out how to make them go into the folder. I'm going to, let's look at, where's just the like, you got just like a settings thing. Like, where's my API? So my uploader tag. So there's an options object. I want to see this options object. So let's see if we can find it. The Node SDK features, config. All right. So uploading images and videos. That's what I want. I don't want the upside. I want this. And I want all of the, no, give me the config. Where's my data upload options? That's what I want. So, oh, dang. There's all sorts of cool stuff going on here. All right. So we are going to upload the thing. We're going to switch to the node.js stuff. But I want to see all of my options. And my options are somewhere. I don't want to see S3 stuff. I want to see, there are options in here somewhere. Show me the dang thing. Where's my API? Oh boy. Backup true, okay. Upload presets? How do I do a preset? Oh, oh, that's cool. So what this means is that we can tell it to like use whenever we run a thing. So like I could, oh man, this would be super cool. Wait, did you find Chris? I think came through with the link. Let's check this out. Upload images in folders, public ID. Nice. Okay. So that's cool. So let's do folder. That's what I want. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to set a couple things. I want it to be, we can use the original file name. So yeah, all right, let's clean this up a little bit. I want to figure out here in graphical, I want to get the, let's close that up. I'm going to do all file, and I want to see what we get. I think we get just a name, and that's what I want to use. So I'm going to use the name, and that'll be node name. So in here, I can tell it to upload. We'll give it some options. And so the options, I want to use a folder, and that should probably be a thing, but for hard code testing, let's do transformer test, and then we'll make it an option later. And then I'm going to set, what was it? Oh, it wasn't that. It was public ID, I think. Public ID. Public ID, and we're going to set that to node.name. And what I believe this will do for us is now it should put those into transformer test, and it should create a public ID that's not this this kind of garbled thing, right? Like I want it to be a little easier to read, and we might as well keep it kind of identifiable, right? So let's stop. Let's restart. It might skip this. I might have to do a clean first. Roman, I do have IntelliSense, but it's like a teaching version of VS Code that has some settings disabled because like the popovers get kind of intense, and I don't necessarily want to do that. So, all right, let's take a look. I have, yeah. So this did what we want. Let's get back into our media library. I'm going to look into transformer test. Shebang. That is really dope.
Buckets, did that just work?
Okay, so now Rudix just asked a really good question that I don't know the answer to. So now that it's working and we've got the IDs set, I'm going to see what happens if I duplicate it. Let's try. Is it going to tell me that they already exist? It overrides. Interesting. Okay, so did it give us a different thing? So that's like ends in 1409. So let's go look at the last one. It did. So it didn't duplicate, but it did override. So there are a couple ways to think about this. Like one, let's see. So I guess if we wanted to be like ultra responsible, what we should figure out is how to. So here's the question: is like, if I'm using this plugin and I have an image that's like my header and it's called header.jpg, and it changes, and I put it into the folder, Cloudinary would have no way of knowing that image had changed if we were saying like don't upload duplicates. So I don't want to write logic on my side. You know what? That's a good question that I'm going to have to ask the Cloudinary team, because what would be really cool on their side is if they took a content digest or something. I wonder if we can, maybe that's in here. Control the assets, update already uploaded images. Maybe we can have it, can we tell it to skip if it hasn't changed? Invalidating cache copies. What does eager do? Updating the data methods. Let's see. Signed or unsigned? That's not really what we're after, though. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to the team on this because I don't know. What I should do though is take a note. So let's start in our transformer. We'll put in a README, and we'll start asking. Let's see, Gatsby transformer, Cloudinary, and then let's just add open questions. Does it cost credit to re-upload the same image on build? And our goal here is we only want to update images if they've changed. Does Cloudinary have a way to auto detect that? So yeah, I'll just have to take that question back, and if we come against anything else, I'll capture it here as kind of like my follow-up with them. For now, though, let's just assume that this is good enough. And so what I want to do here is I want to make this folder configurable. So I'm going to go into the config, and I'm going to say upload folder is going to be transformer test. Actually, let's change that. And I'm going to make it test2 because I want to make sure that this takes. And I also want to make sure if the folder doesn't exist, that Cloudinary doesn't explode. So I'm going to set the upload folder, and now I'm going to change this to be options upload folder. And let's clean and develop. So yeah, so the detection, the tricky part of the detection is that we would need to store the old image in. Oh, wait, no. Okay, so yeah, no, this Gatsby already solves this problem. And here's what I mean by that. So right now I just did a clean and then I uploaded the folders, right? And just kind of checking here, this did what we wanted. We've got our no error. It uploaded the result. It went into transformer test 2. Let's go verify that it's in our media library. So let's go back. Here's transformer test 2, and there are images. Okay, so now these images have not changed. So I'm going to restart. I'm not going to clear in the cache. So let's clean the cache. We're just going to run, and now watch. It didn't upload anything. You see? So what this means is that Gatsby is not going to do extra work because the cache is designed specifically to keep track of that. And to double check that that's not going to like break, let's take, those are all really big images. Do I have a smaller image? Yeah, I've got a smaller image. Let's take like, here's an image of how many files I deleted yesterday. So this, let's call that like trash. So let's take that image, and now I'm going to run. See, so it picked it up and it uploaded just this one image. So, it picked up the screenshot, and then when I changed it, it marked that one as deleted, and then it added the trash. So basically it only uploads files that haven't been changed in the cache. So to avoid re-uploading those files and saving your credits, if you store Gatsby's .cache folder, that will keep track of what has and has not been processed already, and you won't have to re-upload to Cloudinary, but we will get images uploaded. Now that is an important thing to notice because I dropped an image up here and then I renamed it, and that resulted in a double one. Yeah, I definitely had over 2 million files in my trash. It was a literal dumpster fire. It took like 40 minutes for it to empty. So now I've got the Cloudinary stuff is going, and what we get back is this this file. And so what I'm curious about is, can I get this back as a promise if it's not? I guess I don't really care. It would be cool though if I could get it as a promise instead of having to do callbacks. Let's see, because it's going to get kind of junky because I have to like block, and then because we're going to be uploading images. So the way that Gatsby works is when it thinks it's done, it'll move on to the next API. And so if things, yeah, I mean, Bobby Table's like, this is not gonna be a bulletproof solution, but like, basically, so you can set your cache on like Netlify to be pretty aggressive, and it shouldn't end up rebuilding every time. You can do that with if you were building on like S3 or not S3, but on like a pipeline of some sort. You can cache the assets and use those. But yeah, the basically, I guess what I'm ultimately getting at is like, yeah, if you are regularly cleaning your node, your Gatsby install, and in general, just as kind of like a rule of thumb, you shouldn't need to do that very often. The only time that you really need to run a Gatsby clean is when you are breaking your nodes. Like if you're working on a node, and then you like didn't change any data, then the node transformations won't run again. So you need to clean to get Gatsby to run a fresh transformation. But in general, like Gatsby's pretty smart now. That cache is pretty good at clearing. So Rudix, no, what we're using Cloudinary to generate those image manipulations. So we're only uploading the source image, and then we're going to be able to drop sharp out entirely and get rid of all those multiple images that get generated on the file side. And so what my hope is that on a big site, instead of waiting for, if you've got 1,000 images, for 25,000 images to get generated out of those sources, you're just going to upload 10,000 images and then get back 25,000 Cloudinary URLs. And that will give us the ability to like not have to think too hard about it'll just, we'll be like, all right, this works. So I don't think this is going to work, but I'm going to try something. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to say result equals await, and then I'm going to make this async. And I just want to see if it works. So let's do reporter.info, and then we'll JSON stringify the result. My assumption is this is not going to do what I want. So I'm going to clean the cache so that we have to regenerate those nodes. Run this develop. And I think it worked. That's amazing. That's exactly what I wanted. Yeah. Okay. So that's awesome. That's going to make my life way easier. So what we're doing here is
holy buckets! Did that just work?
Yeah, Johnny, exactly. We're abstracting the image manipulation out of Gatsby entirely. So what that means is that when you are putting this up on like Travis or something, you don't have to wait for Travis to handle all of these image manipulations. It's going to shoot them straight to Cloudinary and then get back a URL. And that should, in theory, be significantly faster than running, a dozen image transformations per file. I mean, we'll see.
Buckets. Did that just work?
We'll see how this goes when we are like legitimately trying it with something real. Because what I'll probably do is I'll put this on my site, which has like 10 or 20,000 images that get generated. Let's see. Theoretically used with AWS Lambda, maybe. I think you'd have to explain the premise a little bit more, because I'm not sure I really understand what you're getting at. So I don't have 25,000 images, but I do have like 8,000. I have a bunch of images on my site. And that results in a ton of GraphQL previews, or the Sharp preview images getting generated. So what I want to do next is I want to look at what actually came back. And so this gives us our public ID, and then we get a version, and we get a signature, format, resource type, created at, okay, placeholder. What does that mean? Okay. Does Cloudinary do placeholders for us? Because I thought I was going to have to do that manually. What does that mean? Oh, okay, I understand. So this is like if I want to give it an image to use as a placeholder, that's not really what I want. That is cool though. It's a cool idea. Default image is avatar.png, and you can do all these transformations and stuff. That's fun. So I would like to, I'm not going to worry about that. We're going to do it differently. So I want to get out to start. I want to be able to get the, let's see, res.cloudinary.com. I know my cloud name because we've got that. We know it's an image because that's all we're doing. And then upload, I think, stays static. The V is this version here. So we can manually generate that. And then we get the public ID. So what I want to do is let's generate our base URL. So let's do image data, and that's going to be, we want the public ID, and that would be the result. Oops. Wow. Public ID, and then we want the version, should be result.version, and then we want, I don't think we need anything else, right? So the cloud would be process.m.cloudinary, or no, that's options. Options now. Options.cloud name. And I think that was it. So then from here, I can do an image URL, and that would be https.res.cloudinary.com/ image data. I'm going to shorten this because otherwise that's going to get cumbersome. Let's do image. Do image.cloud, and then it'll be image/upload. And then I'm going to set the version. So image.version. And then I want to, for now, let's see, set the image.public ID. Okay, then I'm going to log that. And what I believe will happen now is that for each image that we've uploaded, we should get an actual working URL. So let's try that. Okay, so here's our image. Oh, it broke. That's wrapping. That's not. Okay, so that works. So now, if I want to, let's say, I'm gonna I want to change the color. Let's go grayscale. Yes, but how do I do it? Effect, grayscale. Okay, so then what I should be able to do is just in here add like anything that I want. So I can do grayscale, I think. And what's up, Ramahi? I hope I'm not murdering your name. I apologize. And here, so now we've got the grayscale. So if I take this, what we should see is a grayscale Gatsby astronaut. What did I do wrong? So that works, but I did my transforms wrong. Where am I supposed to put them? Maybe here? I put it in the wrong place. So it needs to be before the version. So these are my transforms, and like if I want to make it a different size, I can do that. I think I can also like set. I should look up the reference for this before I just start making stuff up. Let's do width. We'll set like a width. So width of 100, height 100, and we'll do a crop of fill. And that gives us like a tiny thumbnail, right? So we can just add all these transformations in line. And what'll be really powerful about that is, let's see, so I need to move these, and then they're going to go here. And I'm going to just actually make this into a thing so that I can do something like this. Let's do const transformations. And then we'll set, we'll do like E grayscale and width of 100. And let's do a height of, I don't know, let's make it a height of 120. And then we'll do a crop of fill and make sure that I've got the variable names right. Okay, so those are our transformations. And so then what should happen, assuming we've done all of this correct, is that, so the default for join is a comma, I think. We're going to find out in a hurry. Yeah, default for join is a comma. So let's grab our astronaut. And drop that in. And there we go. So now we're auto-generating different sizes of images. And so what is really... Hey, what's up, CM Griffing? Thank you for the raid. That is super exciting. It looks like my my effects got all goofy on the screen, so everything's too big. Yeah, so what we're doing today for everybody who's joined, or maybe I should wait a minute for all the pre-roll ads to end before I try to explain. Just tell me when it's time. Tell me when you're ready, and I'll launch into what we're doing. For the meantime, what I'm gonna do is let's try to get. So all right, y'all are ready. Okay, so let's give a quick overview of what we're doing. We are building a Gatsby transformer plugin to convert local files into Cloudinary assets. And the way that works is that we are listening for any node in Gatsby to be created using the onCreate node API. And if it's one of our allowed media types, which are currently images or JPEGs, we are going to continue. And we just kind of grab out our API key, API secret. We set those as options for the plugin. And then we go to Cloudinary. We're using the Cloudinary library, which is just you just yarn install Cloudinary or yarn add Cloudinary. Then we use the absolute path of the image, which is the local file. And we're putting it into a configurable folder using the original name of the file. And then what we get back out of this result is where Cloudinary is keeping it, what version of it is, and what cloud it's under, which we supplied in the options. And then we're just applying whatever transformations we want. And like we haven't really gotten that deep into the transformations. And what I think is really powerful about this is like we can make presets. Like we can do a transformation preset that will give us a lot of power to not have to write all of these out every time that we do it. We could just do like T_theme or T_ thumbnail, and it would give us the same transformation, like a whole set of them each time. Using that, then we've been able to generate these Cloudinary URLs where we are going to cloudinary.com. We're getting back the image that we created using the transformations, and that gives us something where the original image maybe looks like, let me just copy, let's just get rid of that. So the original image looks like this, right? But by applying these transformations, we went grayscale, 100 pixels wide, 120 pixels tall, and we want it to fill the image instead of distorting, because if I take this out, it like morphs. So we want to keep it cropped. And now we're able to kind of create these adjustments in real time. And so if I like make that 400 pixels wide, and then I want to, I think I can even tell it like find the face. No, that's not it. I can't remember what it is. There's like a shortcut where you can tell it to find a face. But yeah, so this is really powerful stuff that's going to allow us to get quite a bit done. And the reason that we're doing this is because we want to replace the need for running Sharp on our local machines, which forces us to do a bunch of local work. And it also causes some issues if you're installing different versions of Node. And, you know, it's just kind of like Sharp is so powerful, but it's also kind of finicky. So we're going to provide an option to not have to do that. So with that being said, we can start to build out our assets. And so what I want to do then is I want to figure out first, how do we want to make this work? And I think that the way that we'll do that is by setting up some defaults. So what I want is I want my type. So the aspect ratio, I need to get back what the aspect ratio of the file is. So for that, I need the width and height. So let's I can't remember exactly what that was. So let's just reporter.info, and then we'll stringify the result again so that we can figure out what that width and height are. And we'll just start building our object. So the actual image, so I'm not going to do this image roll like this. I'm actually going to create an image node, and the image node that we create is going to have all of these fields. So if I take these, I drop them in, and then each of them, let's see if I can remember how to do this. Yes, I can. Each of them is going to get a value. And so the aspect ratio would be here, and then our base 64. And, you know, these are just strings. We're not trying to use them yet, so I can just start throwing stuff in. Base 64. And then because it's going to be a Gatsby node, we need to have an internal, and that's going to have a type, and the type will be Cloudinary asset, and the media type. Let's not do that because I don't want it to get like multiple processed. So we're going to leave that out. We'll do a content digest, which I think we can just link this to the original node because if the parent image changes, we don't need to change the child image. So we'll do a node internal content digest. And then we can do, what's the other thing? There's one other thing. No, is that it? Oh, no, we need the parent, which will be the node.id. And then we also need an actual ID. And so the actual ID that we will set is going to be, I guess we can just, there's a helper function that Gatsby exports that we'll use. So let's get create node ID. And I'm going to set create node ID, and we'll do like Cloudinary asset, and then pass in the node.id. So we're just kind of creating a derivative ID so that it's unique. Okay, so now that we've got this image node, I can create it. And so this is all going to be very like not super useful, but it's going to show how all of this works, and it's going to verify that when we start creating these nodes with all the things that we want, that they will work the way that we want them to work. So let's add actions.create node, and I'm going to pass in our image node. And I think that'll be good enough. I think we'll have to, let's see, I'm going to comment that out so it doesn't complain at me. Comment that out so it doesn't complain at me. That, and we're going to need that width, so we want to grab that real quick. So let's just see if we can get some nodes into Gatsby. I feel like I might have missed there. I might need to create a parent-child link. We'll do that. We'll cross that bridge if we come to it. This is all going to be fun stuff. I'm going to do a course on how to create Gatsby plugins for Egghead at some point in the future. And what I want is I should be able to just like query all of this stuff. So I'm going to get the ID and the base 64 and the aspect ratio. And now they're actually being created. And note that each one has a unique ID, and that's because we generated it from the image that created it. We're just not putting any info in. So next, we want to set some defaults, and then we can start getting the data in. So let's figure out this aspect ratio. That's an easy one because we just need to do a tiny bit of math, and we get a width and a height. And so, well, Roman, if you prefer front-end mastered, never fear. I am also doing a couple front-end masters courses coming up in October. I'm going to do an intermediate to advanced Gatsby. So we're going to go deep on that, build some really fun stuff, including the schema customization and a few things like that. And then we're going to do another one that's going to be kind of like a more general Jamstack thing, which will be serverless APIs, getting into a bunch of other things. It's going to be great. I'm really excited about that. So where are we? Building an aspect ratio. So let's do that. Let's build an aspect ratio. So the aspect ratio is going to be the result dot result dot width divided by result dot height. Okay, let's stop and restart and see if that works. And this should give us, if I rerun my query over here, int cannot represent non-integer. Oh, I need a float. I need a float is why that didn't work. So this is going to be a float, not an int, because it can be a decimal value. Try it again. Boom. There we go. We got aspect ratios. This one's square, so it's got an aspect ratio of 1. This one's tall, so it's got an aspect ratio of 4 something. So this is really cool because what that means is that Gatsby can now create in the Gatsby image a placeholder for these. So it's going to take our the images, and then it will create space in the layout that occupies the same amount of space that the image will when it's loaded, so that we can get something up on the screen very quickly as a placeholder, but not have to worry about like waiting for it to actually load. So it's good for performance, right? This is also the stuff that we were looking at earlier with Jen Simmons' tweet. This is how Gatsby does that now. And it basically it's kind of a hack. You set like width to 100%, and then you set the height to 0, but you set the padding bottom to be whatever the percentage is. And that way it would be, so if like your aspect ratio is 16:9, I think the padding bottom would be like 56.25%, if I'm remembering that off the top of my head. And that gives you like a placeholder that's this big that when the image drops in, it's exactly 16:9. So next, I want to get the default source. So let's look at the Gatsby transformer. I want to see what the defaults are here because I'm curious how this actually gets set up. So let's look at the Gatsby node, and oh boy, what are we doing? Oh, we're going to have to do fragments later. This is going to be great. So on node create, and then, so it looks like we can grab all of these extensions. So we will do on create node. Where are the, what? Do you not do any stuff? I feel like you should do stuff. When does everything happen? Extend node type, probably here. So we're doing the sharp stuff. Get traced SVG. I figured out you can do that in Cloudinary, which is amazing. Fix node types. Okay, that's all fine. That's all fine. I want to know the defaults though. Basically, I want this to work almost the same as Gatsby transformer sharp out of the box so that it becomes more or less a drop-in replacement is the goal. Let's see here. Max width. Okay, somewhere in here there are going to be some defaults. I know it. Or maybe not. Maybe there are no defaults. I don't know how it would work though if there weren't defaults. Dimensions dot where did dimensions come from? Image size sync. Oh, you're just straight up reading that. Okay. Resize. Do you not have there? Come on now. Oh wait, here are default values, default values, default values. There's no default. Resolve. What about fluid? Fluid node. Okay. Whoops, not that one. Fluid node. Fields. Yes. Oh, you're killing me. No defaults. There's some defaults like tucked down at the bottom here. Huh. Okay. So apparently, I have no idea how they manage that. I guess you would just ship it back like the default would be whatever the normal size was. And then if you... Okay. So a really powerful thing to do would be to allow for the transformer to accept oh yeah. Okay, so that might be something we do a little bit later on, but what would be really cool is if the query itself could accept arguments that would allow us to insert transformations just from the command line, so that we could do like literally anything Cloudinary can do just from an argument. But for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the source. I'm going to create a helper function to do these image URLs because I want it to be, it needs to be reusable because we're going to do it a lot. So let's do get image URL, and that's going to take the image. Image data, and then that will get a few things. So we'll start with the Cloudinary or base URL, and that's going to be the res.cloudinary.com, and then we'll do I guess transformations can be, we'll default that to an empty array, and I don't know that we really need to worry about that. And then we've got the image data. So then I can do, so what I'm tempted to do here is just like, we can just return. Okay, y'all watch me do this and then tell me if I'm overcomplicating this. Because what I want to do is I want to do image data.cloud, and then we're going to do image upload, and then we'll do transformations.join. Always be coding. This is going to upload to Cloudinary. We've actually got that part working. That's happening here. And what we're getting back is a result. And now I'm turning those results into Gatsby nodes so that we can use the Cloudinary images with gatsby-image is the goal. So transformations.join, and then I'm going to set up v the image data dot version. Okay, and then we'll set the image data dot public ID. Okay, and I can already see an issue with what I'm doing here because these transformations might be empty. And so what I need to do is take this out. Yes. And then we'll set up an image path, and that's going to be this, and I'm just going to join it. And we join it by the default, which is we're going to join it on an empty string, right? Because we don't actually want it to do anything. We don't want like commas between these chunks. And then I'm going to replace any double slashes with a single slash. And then I can return base URL plus image path. Okay. So I think what that'll let us do is if I just take like our source and I do get image URL and I pass in the image, and by image I mean image data. Oh crap. I'd send in the result, I guess. And so the result is going to have a public ID, which was underscore. So snake cased that. I think the rest of it was just like options cloud name. Good. How did I get image cloud? Oh, because I did all this stuff. So it was options cloud name, result.version, result.public ID, and I'm just not going to do that anymore. We'll just pass in the result. Shouldn't I define the function outside of the onCreate node hook? I mean, maybe. Like, so here's the thing: is like those types of optimizations are usually the last real concern. I feel like they like kind of matter, but they kind of don't. Yeah, like if you see a performance bottleneck, sure, you can start doing stuff like that, but more than likely it's going to be something else that's causing the problem, over defining a function in a loop. Let's see if this works. Now get image URL result, and I'm just going to run that as is, because what I want to see is I want the default source to just be the image. And that should, like, I just want that to show up and work. Okay, nothing exploded. That's a good sign. If I come in here and I rerun it, I get an image. Ooh, that's going to be interesting because it's set up with a space. Wow, that worked, oddly enough. Fascinating. Well, that's cool. So yeah, so that worked. That gives us the original image in all of its like unoptimized glory. And I guess that's fine. Let's reload. So it's like 45 kilobytes roughly, which is, I mean, that's not great. It's not really what we're after. So what we're really after here is, did you... Chris, were you there when we made that joke? So when Marissa and I were doing the secret sandwich UX thing, there was okay, cool. All right. For those of you who weren't there, there was a joke we did a UX stream a little while back where we were talking about making a app called Secret Sandwich. And a joke that came up in the show was that the cruelest CAPTCHA you could do is one where you ask people to identify sandwiches and then the only thing you see is hot dogs. So now we've got a good default source, right? We can use that. So let's generate our source set. It should fail randomly. I didn't make this work though. That's right. You co-authored this terrible idea. Okay, so what I want to do next is I want to build out my source set. And so for my source set, I'm going to set like a default. How does this work over here? Let's find the using Gatsby images. It's in here somewhere. Here. And the source set that we see, it looks like it kind of starts at, that's WebP, so we're not going to look at that just yet. Well, this is all set up on resolutions. That's an interesting. Oh, maybe because it's fixed. Let's look at a different one. That was the one I was already looking at, wasn't it? Let's look at the defaults. So here's this one. They are all set up to be 1.5x. What about wired? Here we go. This is the size that I was actually looking at. Yeah, Ecomath, we're going hard today. I don't really have anything else to do. So, heyo. Yeah. And we're not even at the mercy of my bladder. I can totally put us on hold and come back. So let's. I had a thing. Right. This. So what I want to do is I want to figure out how to get this source set. And so the source set that I want to do is we want to start with like a full, like a kind of a reasonable default. So let's say 1280 is our max. And then we want to kind of size down from there.
You just got blitzed.
Indeed you did. Then, let's see, half of 1280 is 640. Math. Then 320. And then, I don't know. This will be pushed probably after the stream. It may not be all the way functional. I mean, I'm sure going to try. Do I have anything to do today? So here's the thing that's interesting about being solo is like, I have nothing to do. I'm like, hey, wouldn't it be fun if I just like sat here all day and wrote code? And it turns out I can absolutely do that. That's an option. So let's go 160. Those will be my default sizes. And so let's see, 1280, 640, 320, 160. And I'm going to loop through these, and I just want to build out some kind of defaults here. So what'll be interesting is I wonder if I can proportionally scale. What happens if I do that? So let's look at, let's find an image that is in my asset library. So this one is, let's do this one. So I'm going to get this image, copy the URL, and what I want to see is if I just set a width on it, is it going to scale proportionally? It does. Perfect. Okay, so that's going to make my life really easy. Because what we're going to do here is I'm going to just set up an array, really. So let's set up source set widths. And we'll make this into an array. And then I can do source set widths dot reduce. And then I get to remember how to write in a reducer. So this will be the accumulator and then the width. And that's going to have, it's going to do some stuff, and it's going to start as an empty string. And I'm going to return I want to return, let's see. I want to return get image URL. So let's get the URL, and that's going to be get image URL, and that will take the result, and then it will take transformations, and my transformations are an array. And so I'm going to set a width of width. Okay. Then I'm going to return the URL and then width W. Nope, I don't like that at all. I'm going to do a map instead, because then I can just join the hell out of it. So this should give us what we want. Yes. Yes? Maybe. Let's try. Clean. Develop. No explosions. Go back to that Explorer. Oh, buddy. But I need to invert that list. It needs to go the other way, because I believe the way that source sets work is they start from smallest to highest. So let's just...
Holy buckets, did that just work?
I'm just going to pull this over here, and then we'll just start pulling these over. One more. Okay, smallest to largest. Okay, try that one more time. And then what's left on this list? We need a base 64 and we need the sizes. So for the sizes, I kind of feel like I'm just gonna do, how do I want to do that? I have no idea. So like if the max width is 3, what? I don't know. How do you get the last item off an array? It's like 1 and 2, and I want to get a slice, which is -1. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay. So I want... I feel like I don't even really want this, but I'm going to just do source set width. I should probably look into what these actually are. I'm going to slice. I'm going to get the last array, or the last item off the array, and then just use it. And we'll set that as pixels. And then, how is this actually used? Going back to, no, here. Max width, and then it's 100 VW. And then it's just the max width. I don't know about that. It's like the minimum size. The whole thing feels goofy, but I'm just gonna roll with it. And I hate this, but I'm doing it anyways. The base 64 will be custom for each image, and we're gonna have to get that, which is gonna be real exciting. So here we go. I now have what I believe will be a functional sizes array. And then go back in here, and my sizes. Cool. I don't know. This whole thing feels confusing to me because I feel like I'm doing it wrong. You know what I mean? I need to go look this up because I don't know what it's for. I don't really want to deal with it now, so I'm not going to. But I'm going to put it on my open question. So let's go back here. Okay. I haven't added any new sound effects yet. I have a bunch of them in my, I have this like folder over here. So I added some other ones, like, let's
No, this will work. This will work.
Yes. Yeah. Basically, Chris has captured a bunch of these, and I just haven't had a chance to
You
like.
can do it. Come on, little compooper.
I haven't had a chance to upload them yet. I'll do it soon. I promise. Pinky promise. And so, then, okay, so we're here. We got that. I want to get this base 64. So let's get node get base 64 of remote URL. Love you, Stack Overflow. I feel like I've been here before. I think I've seen this one. Does that seem right? That seems right, doesn't it? As of 2017, I don't know that I want to use HTTP. You know what I'm going to use? Axios. All right, so let's stop this. I'm going to get into the plugins. I'm going to get into the transformer, and I'm going to yarn add Axios. I'm doing that because I'm lazy and I like Axios and I kind of remember how it works. So let's HTTP. The hell is HTTP? I'm not learning anything today. You're learning. No. Oof, all right. So that's exciting. I'm kidding. We're all learning together. So let's get, so we get to remember how to use Axios. But I have the benefit of having this thing that tells me what to do. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to get Axios. Axios equals require Axios. And then on my image, I'm going to create a new thing. These do probably get base 64. We'll make that an async function, and that's going to take a URL, and then it will return result equals await axios.get, and that's going to get the URL, and the response type is an array buffer. Okay, and then I'm going to return buffer from result.data to string base 64. And I love that you both clipped that. That's wonderful. That makes me really happy. So what this should mean is that if I pass in a URL, it should give me back a base 64 encoded string. So let's try this. And the way that that's going to work is it's going to kind of be, how would that work? So this is going to be, let's do const base 64 URL, and that would be get image URL, and it's going to be the result, and the transformation is going to be width like 30. We want it to be small. What happened here? What happened in my brain that I thought that was a good thing to do? Then we're going to get base 64 will be get base 64. And that just takes the URL. What are you doing, computer? Why? Why are you like this? I'm going to await that. And then I just drop it in here. I think. Let's try it. Let's see if it worked. Let me get back to the root of the site. Gatsby clean and Gatsby develop. Exactly, Chris. I'm just working on deep faking myself. That's really what I'm after. Okay, so now if all has gone well, I should have a base 64 encoded image. Oh, but I screwed it up. So this is base 64 encoded, but what I didn't do is add the beginning of the URL. So if I go back here and I look at the base 64 stuff, it's data : image slash, oh, that one's SVG though. That's not what I want. I want to look at something else. So let's go to blur up and let's look at this and we'll get to the base 64 up here. So data image, JPEG, base 64. And so what I need to also include in this is data, and then we're going to return data.image JPEG, image JPEG, semicolon, base 64, comma, and then the data. And so trying that one more time, let's clean. Always be coding. This will not, no, it won't use sharp, but it will get Gatsby image. So as soon as I think as soon as this happens, we can run a test. So let's go in here. Let's check it again. Data, image, base 64. Hey-o. All right, so let's try this out. So now I can go in here and I'm just going to start editing the internet live. Let's open a new blank tab and I'm going to check the elements. I've got a body element, so let's edit it HTML. And inside of it, we'll do an image and the source will be that. Look at that little tiny baby image, but we got it in the URL, so it worked. It did what we wanted. So that's very exciting. Does what we want. And now I think, let's hold on. Did I get every field back? We've got the ID, we've got sizes, source set, base 64, and the aspect ratio. Booyah. So that puts us in great shape. So now what we can do is we can actually query this sucker. So, oh, you know what I haven't checked yet? Does this work on the files?
Did that just work?
So nodes, child image sharp, but I don't have a child image. I want a child Cloudinary asset. So let's add that. And that is going to need the parent-child, right? Parent-child thing. Create parent, what is it? Okay, I need to start cleaning stuff up. This is getting messy. Let's get this out of here. Let's get this out of here. And now, yeah, we've got our Cloudinary config. Can I configure this once and not have to reset it every time? Because that would be neat. And then we have on create node. We're not using the reporter anymore, but I'm going to leave it in because we probably will still need it. Base 64, good. And the get image URL. We're going to get the image URL, source set widths, all good. We've got our base 64 stuff. And then we've got our image node. So the next thing that I need to do is actions, create parent child link, and its parent is going to be the node, and the child is going to be the image node. Yes. And I believe that is all that it takes. So let's clean. Hopefully I didn't break anything during my refactoring there. we shouldn't see any output, but I did break it. Hooray! Options is not defined. And that's because I moved. Oh, duh. That's why we can't do it, is because it's got to be in here to. Silly. That was silly. And let's try again. Here we go. It's going to do the thing. Show me potato salad. All right. So that didn't explode. And now we have child Cloudinary image asset. So this means that I should, in theory, be able to run exactly what we ran on. All right, let's do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come into the root here. Let's just swap this thing straight out. Child Cloudinary asset, and then we need ID aspect ratio base 64 sizes source and source set. I should probably make those work. Did that work? Did that just blow up? And let's try it. Where's my homepage? Cannot read property fluid of undefined. That's because I am trying to data placeholder image child Cloudinary asset. Heyo. And it's pulling out a Cloudinary. There we go. There we go, y'all. We got ourselves a Cloudinary transformer. So that is extremely exciting, and it means I can go in here and get rid of this hand-coded stuff. We don't need it anymore. So a few things need to happen here. There's so you can see we've still got the like the blur up and all that stuff. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, Johnny, so this is the problem when you're maintaining big libraries, is like Sharp wasn't really intended to be a Node library in the first place. It was ported to Node. And then, Gatsby's using it for purposes that it was probably like, I don't know that thousands of synchronous, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's what it was built for. But it just, yeah, I like the challenge that I found with Sharp has been that it is wonderful until you hit an edge case, and then you're so in the weeds because the core of the code is written in a language that you don't most likely don't know. Like I write JavaScript, right? So when I fall off the deep end in Sharp, I don't know how to debug it because it's written in a compiled language that I don't know. So this obviously is exactly the same thing, because if Cloudinary falls down, it'll fail into a SaaS app. But anyways, but I guess tomato, potato, like it's all the same. I don't know. Chris, I do write JavaScript. I heard you write Go. Let's see. What do we do next? What else is there? Okay, so I want to be able to add transformers to this. I'm wondering if I should maybe take this as a good stopping point. The image config. Yeah. So the image config is here. We're getting this image out, and we've got the ID, all that stuff. And then with gatsby-image, it takes a fluid object, and that object just needs to have these fields defined. So we're just passing in like this set. So yeah, it's what is this? Wait, what did you do? Oh, Chris, are we fighting? Nice. Nicely done. Yeah, so the other thing that I want to Oh, the uploading. Yeah, so the uploading works as part of the onCreate node lifecycle. So whenever a node gets created in Gatsby, it triggers this onCreate node function, and then we get the node that was created. So what I'm doing is I'm checking if the node's media type is an image or a PNG, which is something that we defined up here as an image PNG or an image JPEG. If that is allowed, or if it's one of the allowed media types, then we configure Cloudinary, and then we just upload that image straight up. So the absolute path comes in as part of the image, and then we're putting it in the folder, which is configurable, and the public ID, which is the name of the image that was uploaded. That then is what we're using to do all of this stuff. Get the base64, get the image URL, because those just show up in Cloudinary. And once we have these details, we can build this out. Theoretically, we can build this out as soon as we know what the image IDs are going to be before we do any, like we wouldn't even necessarily need to be done uploading. We could build these URLs. That's not how this works now because we're awaiting, but in theory, you could. That would be a whole other thing. But future enhancements if you're into that sort of thing. And that gives us our image node with all the things that we need to know, plus some Gatsby fields. The parent and internal are Gatsby fields. Those get created. We're attaching this to our file node as a child, and that's where we get the child Cloudinary asset, which is why we can do, where'd it go? This query, this here, the child Cloudinary asset. Warming up a Cloudinary image after building. Send a dumb request to every URL generated. I don't know that you really need to warm it up because the way that Gatsby works is it only requests the image it needs. So the base64 is kind of embedded into the HTML. We don't have to make a request to get it. And then the rest of these, like the source set, the way that the HTML spec is set up is that when it supports source set, it's only going to get the one image that it needs. So what we could do, gatsby-image might already do this, is run a prefetch. But then we would have to detect, yeah, that's probably not a good idea. We probably just want to keep it the way it is because otherwise we're going to load a bunch of data we don't need. So then, things. Could I add a new image and add it to the page? 100% I can do that. So let's go into here. I'm going to have my images. Let's find an image. Let's take this, wait, where'd it go? Here it is. So let's take this image and I'm going to save it in, where did my stuff go? Am I losing my mind? Learn with Jason. Here, learn with Jason. Transformer, I'm going to put it in source and images. So Jason Astronaut. And now the site is running. So when I save this, it will trigger the upload because we're creating a new node. Or actually, let me stop this and then we'll see it happen in real time. So I'm going to save it. Okay. So now in my site, I have this file. Then I'm going to start my server with Gatsby develop. Oh man, shame.dev. I need to finish that. Sarah Vieira and I started working on this and it is so funny. It's like a place for you to post the code that you had to write and you like wish you could complain about how bad the code is that you just had to write, but you don't know where to put it. That's what shame.dev is. So now when we go look at our graphical explorer, I can take all file, I'm going to filter and I want to look for the name. So let's look at name and I want the name to equal JSON astronaut.jpg. Okay. And to start, let's skip all this. We're going to leave that out. So I'm just going to make sure I get that file. I'm not getting it. And I did a wrong thing. It's a PNG is why it's not getting it. So we'll switch this out for PNG. Still not getting it. What am I missing? I missed a thing. What are you sending me, Mr. Nime? Oh God, this is dark. So yes, what then happens? What have I done wrong here? Did I add umlauts to that? Hold on. I think I added umlauts to it somehow. What a dumbass thing to do. All right, so what's wrong? Why isn't this file showing up? It's jasonastronaut.png. Did I spell it wrong? Astronaut.png. What do you... All right, fine. Don't filter it. It's right there. Oh. So the name, the name is without a file extension. So let's do the name equals Jason Astronaut. Yeah, see, so Ecomath, this is what we were talking about earlier. You don't actually need to Gatsby clean. And most of the time, Gatsby's smart enough to figure this stuff out. So we... a lot of times, yeah, like Gatsby clean is useful when you're specifically editing nodes, but otherwise you end up in a position where you don't need to do that. Now I'm going to check child Cloudinary asset. And actually, let's do check in Cloudinary to make sure that did load. So I'm in, it's supposed to upload a transformer test 2. Click into it. And here it is. So it did upload, it did what we wanted. And now I can go into here, get my child Cloudinary asset, and inside of that, we can get some stuff out. Let's get our sizes, source set, ID, base64, aspect ratio, and we can run it. And so now we've got the path for all this stuff, right? So then I can take this and I can go into wherever I want. So let's go into our page 2. And page 2 right now is, there's not really anything on it. So if I go to page 2, it shows us nothing. So let's import a couple things. I'm going to import image from gatsby-image. And I'm going to import GraphQL from Gatsby. No. Oh yeah, no, this is a page, so I can do that. So I'm going to export a const query, and that's going to be GraphQL. So let's do, just paste that in as is. Okay. And I don't really need to name it. Let's not worry about that part. I'm just going to leave it as a kind of an empty query. I'm hard coding this for now. We could make that into a GraphQL variable if we wanted. And I don't need the name anymore. I just want this child Cloudinary asset. Let me actually just like alias that to image, right? Because why do I want to type all that out when I could just type image? So let's do that query, which means it's going to come in as data. And then I can do image. I'm going to use the fluid size. And I want it to be data.image. No, data.all. I really just want the one file, don't I? Let's revise this because I just want one file. So I want this to be, get out of here. Get out, I said get out. Okay. So what I really want is I want it to be one single file, and I want to get it by the name, and I want that to be equal to Jason Astronaut. Then inside of it, I can just take all of this straight up. Because we're not getting like multiple files. We just want the one. And then if I alias this, it just renames that. So nothing really changes. It still runs a query, but it makes my life easier. So I can take that. It doesn't rerun Gatsby node, but what is it? What? No, it doesn't rerun Gatsby node. We'd have to stop and restart for it to run Gatsby node, but like it'll pick up changed images. So like when we dropped an image in, that triggered the file watcher, and that caused the like node creation to rerun. But like it wouldn't re-pick up. Like if we change our config settings, we'd have to stop and restart. But like if the file system changes, the watchers will pick that up. So now we can do this. And down here, I want it to be data.file.image. Data file image, yeah. And then set an alt. And what we should see is that it worked, except it didn't. What did I miss? Oh, it did work. It just slowed down on me. So there we go. We've got a new image uploaded to Cloudinary. If we look at the URLs, we can see they're all Cloudinary URLs. And they're at all the sizes that we need. They go up to like 1280. It's pretty powerful stuff. Like it gives us a lot of control of what we're doing. And then
Buckets, did that just work?
so the other thing that I want to do, let's see. All right, so here's what I think we should do. I think we should take a quick break here because I've been sitting down now for like 3 hours. Excellent punctuation. I am a handsome astronaut. Thank you. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break or something, and just like stand up and use my legs, and maybe make another cup. I'll make another pot of coffee. So that's gonna be about 10 minutes then, because I do it the hipster way with this thing. So yeah, 10 minutes. I'll be back, and then and then we'll just keep rolling on this and see what we can do. So yeah, do whatever things you want to do. We'll be back in a bit. All right, y'all. I'm back. What'd y'all talk about? What happened while I was gone? How was it? There's all sorts of cool stuff going on in here. Fauna stuff. I'm trying to get that fauna team back on the. I want to get them on the stream because that stuff is super cool. Yeah, let's do it. So, what do we got going on? Where are we? So what I want to do now is I want to make it so that we can pass arguments into the run away. I want to make it so that I want to be able to do something like this. Like I want to be able to set a transformation, and I want it to be like whatever I want. So I could set, with 400 or whatever. How would that work though? Because would it break that would break all my source set stuff. So maybe, I guess, well, what happened? All right, so let's just see what happens. Like if I'm in here and I've got, not this one. Let's see, I'll hold on to that. One of these is an image. Or maybe not. Maybe I just need to grab one. All right, so let's grab this image here. I'm going to take the middle-sized one. Okay. And so what I'm curious about is what happens if I add, because I can add like multiple transformations, right? So if I do another set here and I'm like, what was it? Crap, I need the docs again. Effect. So I want to do effect, grayscale. That should still work. Yeah, so it's like a set of things. Q auto, F auto. How does that work? Q auto, F auto. What did that change? Let's look at the network. So without it, or with it, it sent in it's a document. That's not helpful. What did it get back? Sent back a WebP. Ooh, that's cool. All right, so let's take these out, and then what happens? We get a PNG. Ah, so that's the fauto. That's the format thing. That's dope. And then the qauto. How big is that image? So right now it's 137 kilobytes. So let's check the qauto. And that, oh, dang. That is dope. So that is really cool. So that is definitely something that should be in by default. That's cool. That's really cool. So let's just plug that in instead of let's go to the Gatsby node, and for my transformations, for my next transformation, I will do. We've got these transformations. Oh, how do I want to do that though? Because what I want to have defaults, and I want those defaults to be. I could just concat it, but do I want it to be like fully overrideable though? Like, do I want to do something like this, which is like fauto, qauto, and then it would like you could override those. So Romain, that's actually where I was going with this before we found this little gem. So I'm going to set I'm wondering if screw it. I'm just gonna do like a concat, and then we'll add in the defaults, and then we'll join. All right, so then the next question is, what happens if I set the width twice? Looks like latest one wins, so let's see if I set it 3 times. Oh no, it starts to get weird. So how does that work? What is it doing? What if I set it, let's make it all like one big string instead of, okay, so if they get set as like part of the same transformation thing, it looks like there's some chaining here. So if I do this and then I add the grayscale, then it like switching here, I think that means that I'm getting back this image and then I'm applying more transformers to it. So the comma means like take the image and apply all of these, and then the slash means like do this set, then do this set, then do this set. And what's really interesting about that, like that kind of seems like maybe you're looking at it going, well, that seems dumb. I don't know why they would do that. Another thing you can do that we haven't even looked at yet is like you can watermark stuff. So we could just add a watermark to all of these. Actually, do y'all want to see that? Do you want to see how the watermarks work? They're pretty fun. Is anybody even left? I mean, oh no, we still got people on here. Yeah, so let's. I don't know if anybody's interested in this. What should I do next? Like, tell me what to do, chat. Where should I go next? Chris Biscardi is emoting, YOLOing. Wait, whose emote is that? That's a good one. The GraphQL query? Oh, you mean like with a fragment? So like instead of this, you want like Cloudinary image. You just want to pass a name. What name do you want to pass? What do you mean? Oh yeah, Trevor Blades. I didn't even know he streamed. I should watch him. file path, like up here. So, I mean, one of the, yeah, this can totally be a variable. So the way that would work is we would have like query, and then that would have a, like image as a string. And then down here, we would set that to be image, but we would have to pass that in through Gatsby node. And since these are being created dynamically, we're not going to get that data. So in this page instance, that's not going to work. I do want to get fragments done. So let me add that to my to-do list here. Not that one, this one. So my to-do list is I want to add fragments. I want to, what else? Yeah, if you were going to call in 10 images to the page, you would probably use something like remark, and then the remark plugin for Gatsby images will do all of this work for, oh wait, would it? Or would that use Sharp? Chris, do you know this? Does the Gatsby remark plugin for images, does that just create file nodes which will hit all the transformers, or is that going to, that might be reliant on Sharp, which means that we might also need to add remark plugins, be able to use this transformer. Yeah, so remark is a markdown parser. So like if you're writing your pages, you just write markdown. If you were doing it with like sanity or something, you would have, I'm trying to think. Yeah, there are ways to do it. We might have to write a remark transformer plugin to make that just work. MDX would also be kind of interested. So we would need to, is there a convenience method for MDX? Probably not. Yeah, we'd have to figure it out. So I think, yeah, what Chris is saying is that it checks file nodes. So we would need to basically duplicate that to use Cloudinary, or add config to the remark plugin for like which transformer to use, which might be more work than it's worth. So let's do, we need to add fragments. I want to add transformation arguments. I need to add support for fixed and fluid because right now it's all at the top level. And I think those are a little bit different. MDX is it's like Markdown, but you can run React components in it. It's dope. John Otander on the Gatsby team did a bunch of the kind of the formative work on that. Chris Biscardi does a lot of MDX work on his stream, which you should go follow. Do I have a shout out code? Does that work? Nope. I should make one of those. Yeah. But so anyways, fixed and fluid. And now no. The hell am I doing? Okay, so I'm pretty sure, like this one, I'm pretty sure we've solved. Sizes I'm gonna have to research. That's gonna be boring. I don't want to make people watch that. Let's see, like, yeah. So we'll have to look into that. That'll all be stuff to probably do at a later date. That's gonna start getting into the advanced things. Like that'll be when I finally have Chris Biscardi on. I still can't believe I haven't had Chris on this show. I do have a show with Emma about MDX, I think. where is it? It's like YouTube here, somewhere down here. So this one, it's not just about MDX, but it covers a lot of MDX. But yeah, it's pretty powerful stuff. It's pretty cool. If you watch my front end masters course, we get into MDX. The front end masters course is here. We do a lot of MDX stuff there. So yeah, I use MDX for all my posts on my site. So it's what is it? Langsdorff.com. Like all my blog posts are MDX. So I just kind of import an image and then I write it as regular. So if we look at the raw, I have front matter up here. I import the image. I got to get rid of this. This was a bad idea that I don't know why I did that. But then down here, I just drop in the image and stuff happens. So it's pretty powerful stuff. Feel free to take a look. But yeah. I have not tried Gridsome. I'm not hooked on React. I actually want to get one of the Vue Vixens on here to teach me Vue. Gridsome is cool. Gridsome is interesting because it's almost like it's a port of Gatsby to Vue. Yeah. Let's see. So we want to do some things. As a master of ceremony at some conference? I don't know. I don't know what I've done. Yeah, I want to do some things. Okay, I've immediately lost track of everything that I was working on. So focusing up. We're coming back. And I want to, so I want to be able to add transformations, right? And the way that I want to be able to add those is I want to do like some, let's see, overlay, underlay, color space, density, raw transformation. Yeah, there's some really powerful stuff in here, but what I really want to do is I want to allow people to just kind of apply these as part of the query, which means, you smart ass. Don't make my robot insult me. Oh, we did micro front ends. Chris, I forgot we did micro front ends. Should do that. We should do more of that. That was fun. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a really good one. Here, micro front ends. Go watch this.
Take that right from the top. Hello, everyone. And
Okay. So wait, need to keep that open.
let's just take
Don't
that
want it to play. Stop. All right. All right. We're focusing up. Here we go. So let's add transformation arguments. This is a thing that I can do. I'm very confident that we can make this work. So what I want to do is I want to add type. There's no way this is going to work. This can't be right. Like, there's no way that's right. I got to look at schema customization docs. So I want a node interface. Type definitions, arguments. I want like arguments. Gatsby type builders. So yeah, the micro front end thing was interesting because it's like, I think what people rebelled against was this idea that everything should be broken down into tinier and tinier pieces. I don't necessarily think though that that there's like an argument that making things more manageable is bad. I think it's kind of one of those things where it's like, if it's taken to the extreme, it gets a little over the top. But there's quite a bit of like flexibility between what is a good idea in moderation versus what is a good idea always, and I think that tends to be a challenge. Where the hell? Create schema customization, and then I want to add, just extend it. So that's an extension. That's not what I want. Or maybe I do. Maybe that is what I want, because then I can apply a transformation directly to the image. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, people tend to kind of go overboard. But it is what it is. Like the thing about, I think what I'm learning more as I've gotten further in my career is that the thing about skill is that, you are, you're not really learning that like there's a right answer. You're learning that there are always trade-offs and everybody's right some of the time. And I think that really, that's not a fun pill to swallow at first, because you're like, well, wait, there has to be an answer. Yeah, what Chris is saying, just read the chat. He is correct. Yeah, dramatic pauses are so that I can think about what I'm saying. So I want to think about this in the sense that, like, when we write this query, I think what I want, I don't think I want to apply these like this. I think I want to apply them like this. And then I should be able to set that would be a good bot. That should be, let's add that to the Blitz bot. That's a good one, Ecomath. So how would this work? Because I can't just, you have to give it an argument, and the argument would be, I guess, like value. That kind of sucks. But like, I would want to be able to do something like this. So this is what I want. And I believe right now that won't work. And the way that I will make it work is I'm going to go into this create field extension. So the name, let's go up here. Create field extension. The name is full name. Okay. And that is going to options, preview field config. Okay. So that's going to get weird. And that means, do I need to resolve these like on the fly? So the question that I'm asking myself and not articulating very well is that if the way that we build these is by adding these transformations in line, I wonder if what I need instead is a like a custom resolver. And then I'll set up default behavior for that resolver and allow the extensions to override it. And so I think the way that I would do that is instead of adding the source set let's do it with the source first. So I'm going to do a custom resolver for the source. And I'm going to do that by adding a new API hook, which is this one here that we were just looking at down. No, that's not what am I doing? I want it to be an extension. No. Oh boy, I'm shorting out. So exports create custom resolvers. I spelled that wrong. And create custom resolvers is custom resolvers. Create resolvers, not custom resolvers. Okay, so that gets. What did you just do? Create resolvers API. So I get back a function called create resolvers. Okay, and then in here, I can do something like this. I'm going to say I want my resolvers to be Cloudinary asset, and I'm basically targeting here. I want to get Cloudinary asset, and then I want to get the source. And the source, that's going to give me like the original data node, the arguments, and then a couple other things, the context and the info. And what I want is, for now, I'm just going to return something. Right? So let's make that work. Let's make sure that works. And then I can do like create resolvers and pass in the resolvers. Okay. And so what I've done here is I've basically said whenever someone requests the source field on Cloudinary asset, run this function. The source is going to be whatever we put into our node, which is all of this. So that will give us, a whole bunch of stuff. I'm probably going to have to add some fields that don't get sent back. And that will, because we're not returning this source, what should end up happening is we should see that example.jpg. So let's stop and restart, and then go back to the Explorer. And I don't need most of this stuff anymore, so we're going to be focusing just on the source and the source set for a bit. And I'm also going to make this an all file because I want to make sure that when we get here, we are getting it right for all the files and not just one. So that didn't work. Maybe I need to clean because we already set this stuff up. It's not a side effect so much as like the GraphQL spec draws a map and we have to tell that map how to resolve. And so, what don't you like? But you do have a source field. I defined it. Source. Oh, I know what I did wrong. I need to tell it what it is. It's a type, string. I do that every single time. So yeah, so basically what we're saying is like, this is our map. By default, GraphQL doesn't know what any of these things mean. It just knows that this is a field and it's going to get back this type. And so a resolver function is what says, when you make a query for base64, how do we get this string back? What's the function that returns that string? So this resolver is saying when you request the source string or the source prop field, yeah, field is the word I was looking for. We know it's going to be a string and use this function to resolve it. And so we're returning this string. And we're kind of like custom defining that behavior. By default, what it'll do is it would say take source and it'll return source.src. And that's the default resolver. So usually you don't have to write these because you'll just create that data in your object and it'll automatically get returned. But because we're doing something special here, we're gonna do it differently. So in here now, I need to make sure that I think I did this right now. So we can run Gatsby develop. And it should pick these up. What you got? There we go. So now it's picking up our example image. I believe we can make changes without it breaking. But now what I want is I want for the image URL, the image URL does need to come out because we're going to use it up here instead. Oh, I need to turn this into like utility files or something. For the sake of demonstration purposes, I'm going to keep this in one file so I can like Command F my way around. Okay, so options didn't come in, so we need to pass that in. And I need to change the way that this works because that's not going to work anymore. But let's see that. This stays the same. This needs to change, so that's got to come in from the options. So I guess we can just make that an oh, I hate this. So the image data, maybe I'll make this a config object. And that's going to get options. No, it's going to get the cloud name. And then it's going to get my transformations. And those are going to be a default empty array. Then it's going to get the defaults, which will be these. Then I can drop those out and we do want this to fail if that's not set. So we're going to not set a default there. So then I can drop this out to cloud name, keep the transformations, keep the defaults. We've got the image data. Okay. So then that means that we need to rewrite this a little bit to be different. And so what will happen is we're going to say, I love the InstaFluff thing when somebody subscribes where it does like the wah dance is one of my favorite things. It's so much fun. So let's do, if you don't follow InstaFluff, you should. He's super fun to watch. I made the joke the other day that he is kind of like if you could take the Great British Baking Show and all of the niceness and positivity of that television program and then distill it into a Twitch stream about development, or I guess ostensibly about development. I feel like I've watched a lot of hours of that show and I've never actually seen any code, but that's okay. I'm never mad about it. I'm always really happy with how fun that community is. So up here, I've got my source, and then what? I want to take my source. So I'm not sending in the data that I need anymore, because what I really need is so we got the base 64, that's good. But I need the result dot, so that result's going to go in. I guess I could just return that. That's okay, and then we'll have it. And so this won't go through, the inference doesn't work. And then let's, so then what I can do is I can get my URL. So the URL will be our source, will be get image URL and I'm going to pass in source.result, because now that I'm including that in the node, I can use it. What's up, Epasama? Good to see you. Don't you dare derail me, Chris. We're onto something. So then I need to send in my cloud name. Oh, crap. Okay, so I also need to create a cloud name. And I'm going to send in options cloud name. We should make that match cloud name. And so I have cloud name is going to be source.cloudName. And do I need anything else? Not really. I can leave these all kind of as is. Just to make sure that it works, I guess, let's put in a transformation. And I'm going to set that to be, we'll do like a width 400 and maybe an effect grayscale, because that makes it pretty obvious when it isn't working. And then I can return this source. Fat Yoshi. Okay. How's that going to work? Let's try. I'm going to stop and restart. Okay, so it doesn't like it. Cannot read property version of undefined. What? Oh, because I didn't remove the nodes. So the originally created nodes. A tagline for which open graph image? I broke something. Cannot query, cannot query, cannot query. Why can't you query? Well, yeah, cool. I get that, but like, why?
Son of a biscuit.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to see, it looks like it didn't explode. So let's close that up. Boy, I have a lot of windows open right now. Cannot query field child. It's not logging anything. Okay, so let's see if I can get the reporter out. And let's do a reporter .info. We'll JSON stringify the source. Let's try it again. Thanks for coming on, Romain. We'll see you next time. Okay. Unknown field. Did it try to do a thing? Oh shit, did I get rate limited? Oh, damn it. Okay, so I guess let's see what happened over here. Can't even see my stuff.
Son of a biscuit.
No data. Okay. How do I... Credits a month. 1,000 transformations or 1 gigabyte of bandwidth. Did I already clear my bandwidth? That would suck. It really shouldn't be rate limited, right? Because I've only, bandwidth of 13.8, 254 transformations. So what the hell happened? Did I like hit the... I'm very confused. Did you... Okay, so if I... Let's just just test... Or wait, hold on. We had a whole thing that was working. So let's take this and get rid of it. And then we will return something like this. Okay, so upon doing that, oh wait, we also broke, okay, I think I know what's going on. We did this, right? So let's also get this one out of here, and we will just add a source set. And that one's going to be a type of, a type of string, and it is going to resolve. Boop. Okay, maybe that'll work. The rate limit would suck. That would be a silly thing. Because like if they're charging me by credits, status code 401, what the hell? All right, so let me do a catch on this Cloudinary thing because it's got to be something. Cloudinary config. I'm going to do reporter.panic, and then we'll we'll do error.message. I think that works. And then we'll JSON, or I guess we can just put in the error. I think that works. Let's try. An error in your GraphQL query, that's fine. Failed to compile. What is happening? Like, did you do the thing? No. But there was no 401 that time. Clean it, start again. Yeah, it failed with the 401, but what the hell was the message? Okay. So this is odd because it's not really what we're after, right? So let me just stringify this whole thing and see what's coming out. Clean, develop. That's like my whole life. Ecomath is like, the problem is like nothing's happening. I don't understand. And then it's 100% that I was just looking in the wrong place. One of these should be logging though, right? Like, is it not? It says it threw an error. Request failed with status code 401. Wait, is this because of the base 64? Yes, it is. Okay, it is. It is. That's the problem. So I'm going to, let's just comment that out for a minute. And this is also going to be a boop. And try this one more time. Because I moved the get image URL thing out. And so it was trying to request an image that literally didn't exist, which would cause, understandably, it would complain. So here's here's all the stuff that we wanted. And when I run this, cannot return null for non-nullable fields. Source
all right,
set.
so that's exciting.
Okay. So that's better than we were doing, but it's still not great. So what is missing? We are getting, can I get just the source? Okay, so just the source gives us kind of what we want. So let's go back to using this. I'm going to skip that, and I'm going to look for more. Where are the rest of these? Okay, on error, I do want to see all that, so we're going to leave that in. It's clean. I wonder, so Ecomath, it returned to 401. I'm wondering if it's because it assumes that I'm after like somebody else's images. Okay, so that gets us closer. All right. It's doing stuff. So we've got our transformations go in. The F auto, the Q auto get applied. We've got our Gatsby icon. And so if I like take this one, throw it over here, we get, okay, everything's working. So that's good. Let's then add the field extension support. And I'm going to do that by what happens next? So the source set should also, I'm still confused as to why that didn't work. Because like that one should definitely just, that should work. What's going on with that? I guess it's not, that's a later problem, not a now problem. So I want to add a field extension, and the field extension that I want to add is going to be in our schema customization doc somewhere. So the extensions, no, we don't want to do that. I want to get into the actual definitions. So the extensions are things like this where I want to be able to pass in arguments. So looking for the actual custom extensions. And that's, let's see, that's a built-in one. Setting default values, that's not really what I'm after. Creating custom extensions, that's where we want to be. So I'm going to create a customization, creating types. Those get fields. Okay, so that's where we're starting. And I want to, so there's an action, create field extension. And then I name it, and I have an extend thing. And I return a resolver. And so the options, okay, so let's do this. I've got actions.create field extension. Oh no, that gets an object, that's okay. And then I'm going to add a name, and we're going to call this transform. And it gets an extend function that gets options and previous field config, which I don't think we're going to use, but we'll take it anyways, and that's not an arrow function. And I want to just return an object with resolve. And the resolver is going to get the source, and we can return, I guess what I really want is I want to see what's in the options, because I think that should just be whatever comes out of like whatever I pass in. So let's do reporter.info, and then we'll JSON stringify the options. Okay. And then I'm going to return source dot source dot first name, source dot name. And so I guess we would want the get image URL, which would mean that I want to actually do all this up here. Feels a little junky, but I'm gonna take it. First we make it work, and then we make it pretty. So the resolve, yeah. So this resolve it's defined in the docs as not an arrow function, but like this is just I think that one's just personal preference. I bet this one's just personal preference too. So let's see if that works. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna make the config different. So let's make it like much smaller, and we'll skip the grayscale and spell transform right. Whoops. And so what I think happens then is if I just apply this to anything. Oh no, that's not what I want. Because I don't want this to be, I want to be able to call this. I don't want to have to define it in the types. That's not right. So I actually want, the hell are these things called? I just did this with, okay, we're just going to go into we're going into the code. Because I did this on the advanced GraphQL episode with Mikhail recently. And so I should just use that. So it was advanced GraphQL. And then we got into the Gatsby node. And we created a field extension called proxy resolve. We defined the args. Okay, so the args. Oh, but wait, this isn't something I can call either. It has to be like in the data type. Oh, crap. I know we can do this. I've seen this happen. Okay, so let's do, I guess I could just set it up as like arguments on the field or something. That might be less intense than what we're doing now, because this doesn't seem like it's going to do what I want. Maybe what I can do is I can set like transform to Cloudinary asset transform input. Does this work? I feel like this is not going to do what I want, but let's just do it. Yeah, let's try it. Let's try it and see what happens. And what I want to see is source now should get arguments, and those arguments should be an object with value. So I'm going to go into my resolver. Here. We've got source, and now these arguments should actually be something. So let's reporter.info stringify args. Okay. Did I typo? Quotes and input. Oh, yeah, good call. Good call. All right, let's try this again. Cleaning, developing. I made that input optional, so it shouldn't break or anything. It should still kind of, nope, it broke. Cloudinary asset. Ah, God, I cannot spell today. Transform. Try again. Guess 2 pots of coffee was not enough. Okay. So that compiled at least. So let's go see if I got... Okay, so that's given us what we want. It does give me a transform, and I can put in, let's say, E grayscale. Now we're not using this yet. Oh wait, it needs to be, we made it an object. value, and that value is eGrayscale. So then if I run it, it should log. There we go. So it's logging out our things. So now we can actually use this. So what we're doing is we're basically saying like, yeah, this field has inputs so that you can configure it. And then when we go down in here, I can take the args transform.value. Do I even need to make that? You know what? I don't like the nesting. I'm going to simplify this. So instead of creating a whole separate thing, I'm going to make it an optional string. And I just want you to be able to put in a transform as a string. And then we're going to drop that straight in. So this needs to be a like URL friendly thing. But what I should be able to do then is drop that like straight in. So, or maybe. Let's try it like this and see how it feels. So we're going to go with a source. Transform gets a, let's see, transforms gets a an array of strings. And so I will then take the transformations. Let's go with we'll make them consistent. And I'm going to set these to be args transformations.join. Okay. And so then that should pick up the defaults from get image URL, which is up here. So the defaults are here, fauto, qauto. And that's what we want. So I'm going to go ahead and restart. And what should theoretically happen, let's see, it doesn't like join of undefined. What was undefined? Transformations. And that should definitely be, maybe I need to set a default for it. Transformations string args was down. Didn't I define this somewhere? Create types. Okay. So I might need to go to the, screw it. I'll just do where was it? The join is on here. So we'll just say transformations and we'll make it an empty array. So just setting some defaults. Develop again. And this should just work. Okay, it didn't like that. What don't you like? You're getting an empty array. Transformations. Did I spell it wrong again? Transformations. Transformations. And then that gets dropped into here. Oh, because it needs to be not joined. It just needs to be, right? Transform. Okay, that's what I did wrong. It should just be passed straight across, which means I can shortcut it even. One more time. Let's try it again. Still doesn't like that. Oh, source set is failing. That source set is okay to fail because we haven't built that yet. Unknown. Oh, right, because we haven't rewritten this yet. Get out of here. All right, so let's do this again. So we can reload transformations, and then I'm going to set an array of, we'll do small and grayscale. 100 grayscale f auto q auto. Okay, change it again. All right, we've got full customization. You can drop whatever you want in there. That is very slick. Very, very cool what's going on there. So yeah, that's that. Let's see if we can make it work for the source set. And I wonder if I should... Do I get like parent args? Because the other thing that might be kind of cool is if you could just do like transformations up here. I'm not going to worry about it for now. That's a problem that I should solve, but I'm kind of coming to the end of my ability to pay attention here, so I think we should probably get to a good stopping point. And let's add a note. Add global or top level. I really cannot spell transformation today. Okay. So how do we add top level transformation args? Let's go back in here. Let's make the source set work, and then we can, I think I'm just going to return that and get rid of all this extra junk. Yep. And then for the source set, we can do the same thing, but we probably want to set some sizes. Can I define on custom resolvers? Can I define custom args? Where was it? That's not what I wanted. Create resolvers. And can I set type and resolve? Type resolve. I can set args. So I can actually define my args here. So let's do args. Wait, is that in the resolvers? Yeah, create resolvers. Type args. But that would be for the, so that's for the top level. So I'm not even going to bother with that. I'm going to instead, we will set the source, and then I'm going to set sizes, and that will default to our size list that we had down here. And I need to make that better. And then, let's see, that one's going to be that. And then we'll have our transformations. And that will return basically, we want to do the widths.map and then return the thing. So let's do that. We'll do the sizes. So we are going to return sizes. Let's make that a little easier to read. So we're going to return sizes.map, and then we're going to join that. And what we'll get is a size. Oh, did my bandwidth just drop? That sucks. Yeah, I'm having big problems with my ISP right now. They're killing me. So we've got the size, and then we want to return the get image URL. And we're going to do the source.result for that and pass in the cloud name of source.cloudName and the transformations. And so what that should give us, so the transformations will include concat. Oh wait, this isn't gonna do what I want. Okay, so I have to do it a little bit differently because we need to get the image as a string. Like it needs to include a little more stuff than this. So we're gonna do URL equals the get image URL with the source result, and then we're going to concatenate the size, which will be size. And then that, let's see, comes back to here. The whole thing is going to jump in a little bit. And then we're going to return URL, whoops, as a template string, URL, and then the size. Okay, so that'll give us our sizes. It'll join them as a string, and that should give us an actual source set and include our transformations, with the last thing we send in being the width, so that the width that is declared here is the one that wins, even if you try to override it. So here we go. Okay, didn't like source set. Apparently it returned null for a non-nullable field, so that's a bad sign. Let's see what happens if we reload here. We want source set, and I want, it doesn't like my transformations. It doesn't like my arguments, I should say. Oh, because I didn't define them. So we want the sizes to be an array of integers, and the transformations is an array of strings. And so we can set those to be whatever we want, but they'll default, so they're optional. Transformations, same thing. We can set those to whatever they want, but they'll default to empty. And then I can Gatsby develop. And getting closer, but we're still not there. So now we should be able to get transformations. I will add in the grayscale. Cannot return null. So it doesn't like something that I've done. So I'm returning the sizes. These all return a thing, and then that should be returning as a, okay. So something's not doing what we want it to do. Let's do source set be equal to that, and then we're going to reporter.info source set, and then we'll return source set. And that should give us something at least. Let's clean and. Oh, I wonder if this is because I just didn't clean. Still doesn't like part of that. What don't you like? What's going on? It's not even running that resolver, is it? Okay, so something is up. So here's our source set. It's a string. That matches the definition of a source set, returning a string. Takes these arguments. Are those supposed to be comma separated? I think so. It doesn't seem to be arguing. Then we get Sizes and transformations. Okay, so maybe we can, what if I just log like, do we even hit that resolver or does it just fail outright? Okay, I'm not seeing it. So that leads me to believe that we're not even getting to the resolver, which is odd because we set it up the same way as the other one. So on create node, we do a bunch of stuff, sizes, and those don't get returned. But we have our Cloudinary asset, the source. Oh. I think, was that the whole thing? That can't be right. So that's, this one goes to here, and then this one goes to here, and then this one goes to here, and then this one goes to there, and then this one is broken. Hey, oh, that should fix it all. So basically I was defining source set as a child prop of the other one. So the whole thing is a whole bunch of shenanigans going on. Hooray. All right. My brain's starting to shut down, so I think we're gonna get this source set to work, and then I'm gonna call it a day. Here we go. We're getting the log, we're getting the thing. Stuff is happening. Now, there's our grayscale. So let's change this. Let's look at another transformation. We have, what are our options? Can I do something cool? I want to do an effect. I want the effect to be negate. That's going to be weird. Let's negate. Okay, and so now we have, let's see, that's the icon. Let's look at a different one. Here, this is going to be weird. So let's grab the 640 version. Here. And that looks super weird, but it does mean that it's working and we can apply transformations from our query. So that's pretty exciting. I think that gives us a lot of power. And we should be able to, like, also if I want to set my sizes, I can set those with like, we can make them super small. So 20, 30. And now I have a 10 pixel wide version, a 20 pixel wide version, and a 30 pixel wide version. So if I wanted to do such a thing, I could control it that way. But we can probably rely on the defaults. Hell yeah. This is cool. Like I'm pretty excited about this. I think it's very, this is pretty powerful stuff. I think we have a ways to go. Most importantly, I need to figure out what the differences are between fixed and fluid so that we can support those properly. I think that fixed and fluid have different outputs in Gatsby. So like if we look at, let's look at this image, and I'm going to, can I just like revert all of this? Yeah, let's do it. Go back to the child image sharp. Okay, so that's got the data, but then let's duplicate this and we'll go with fixed, and I'm gonna take this this off. So let's look, we should get a fluid and a fixed, and we'll see what comes back for each one. So let's, actually, I don't even think I need to do anything. I think I just need to look at this page. Localhost. One of these is localhost. Okay. So that's that. Here's our, you got my thing for me? What? Why didn't my thing work? This isn't the image. I need to go to page 1. All right. So placeholder image, child image sharp, fixed comes back with a height and a width. So that's easy enough to supply. And then source and a source set in a base 64. Fluid is what we've been working on. So I can, that's kind of interesting. So the fixed is like, okay, this is cool. So the fixed is like if we have like a 400 pixel wide version, then we want to handle resolutions. So the resolutions, can you show me that? So the resolutions are 1x, 1.5x, and 2x. So that would be 400, 600, 800, right? So we just take the width and then we multiply that by whatever the thing is. So we would need fixed to accept a like width and a height thing, and then we want to accept cropping option. So yeah, this is going to be a lot of like going into the Gatsby image docs and figuring out where were they. Oh boy, we're finding the limitations of my. There we go. So when we get to the docs, we can take a look at what all of the fragments are and stuff. And so like a fixed query has a width, and then there are a bunch of things that we can fixed object, fixed prop. Are there a bunch of like other things that we don't? I don't know. There's going to be a bunch of stuff in here that is going to define all of the available things. Where are you at? I know it's in here somewhere. I've seen it before. I seen it. Art directing, image props. So the image props, fixed fluid, fade in. Oh, those are for Gatsby image. That's not. Okay. So I'm going to have to go look at like the sharp stuff, but okay. I think I got to be done. Yeah, we did quite a bit on this. I'm feeling pretty solid. We got pretty far. We looked at a lot of fun stuff. Actually, before we go, I want to do one thing that I think is really fun because I was playing with this earlier, and it's really silly. But you've got this. So I uploaded the beard thing from the show, and I can make watermarks. And so watermarks are really fun. So if I take an image, like let's take this media library, do this guy, and then I can copy the URL and put it out here. And then what I want to do is add a watermark. And so I want my watermark to, now just show me like regular code though. Don't show me, I don't want the Java stuff, just show me the URL stuff. Whatever, I can figure this out. I'm smart. So the overlay is the thing. Y'all, I know this works. Where's the overlay? API, I don't want an API reference. Integrations. Watermark guides here. Yeah, so I want just like a watermark. Y'all are killing me. I just want to see the damn thingy. There's a thingy that does it, and it's cool, and I like it. Maybe I can find it in my history. Let's look back here because I did a bunch of these. Hoofda. All right, so that's exciting. That's not it. That's not it. It's down here somewhere. I was doing this a while back, and I figured out how to get like more. Show me more. Does this do it? Yeah. So check this out. So this is really cool. So there's a lot going on in here. I'm just gonna show it, and then we'll play. So lots of cool things just happened. So first, we can create those vectorized versions. So like I'll set it down to 2 colors. And so now we have like, this is the traced SVG thing. And then we can despeckle, which is like, this is kind of some like granularity stuff. Like you don't need to think about it too much, but these are all like different versions of the same thing. And it just goes into like different layers of fidelity. And then I can set the detail to like 0.1 and it'll be like a blob. Right? So just kind of fun stuff like that. Like do the detail of 1 and it's like pretty. Oh no, did you choke? Oh, it doesn't like that. That was too much detail. I was like, no, not that much. Not that much detail, sir. Yeah, so like here's that. But then if I take that off, I'm going to get rid of the vector stuff. So I'm going to make sure that works as an option for like, that's basically traced SVG, right? But so the thing that is not being shown here is we have, let's get that out of there. Yeah. So I can set this beard, this image, and then I can make it like 100 pixels wide. And it's currently set to the southeast, but if I send it to like center, I think. I'm just setting it right in the center of everything. And then you can set it to be a cutout. And it like pops a hole in the thing. And it's very cool. I find this whole thing very, very exciting because what this means is, if I was to, let's say I want to do like my own watermarks for things, I can set these little, like I can just have this show up as like part of the thing. And then, I can just make this transformation into, I think I can even make this into a shortcut. So like everything that I've just done, then I go down in here and it should be showing up at the top now because I just did it. So yeah, here we go. All right. So then I'm going to edit this and I want to give it a name. So we'll call it beard mark. And then what I should be able to do, I think, is take all this stuff that I just did, and I think I get to just do like T beard mark. Yep. So check that out. So basically you can kind of come up with the transformation you like, and then you can save it in Cloudinary as a named transformation. And then we can just apply this. So like anything that I want to use with Gatsby. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to add the beard mark, right? And I'll do the same thing on these. So it'll add the beard mark for me. And then I can take, I guess we'll find out how well this works because I've never tried it before. Look at that. We get a really weird looking Gatsby logo with my face in the middle of it. I want to try. Okay, how does this work if I take the negate out? Because that's super weird. Where am I at? Where did it go? There we go. Let's get the negate out of there. That's too much. But so yeah, now if I take like the astronaut, where are we going? 640. Yeah, we've got like a little floating watermark. So yeah, this is, I mean, it's all like super fun stuff. You get a lot of really cool power, and it's all kind of savable so that once you figure out what you want, you can make sure that happens every time without having to add, 500 characters to your URL every time. So anyways, I think that is about as much as I've got the mental capacity to handle today. So I'm going to call this done. We've got one more stream. Remember, it is September, so subs are half price. If you want to kick in $2.50 or $2.49, I think, you will get a subscription, which gives you custom emotes and all sorts of fun things. And that gives me a little bit of cash that helps me keep this thing rolling. So yeah, definitely feel free to do that. I got to get some new emotes going because I got some new spaces. And yeah, I was going to show you what's actually happening tomorrow because we got a cool show coming up tomorrow. I am going to learn about Expo and React Native. The full extent of what I've done with React Native is made sure that I had installed Xcode so that the emulator would open with React Native project. That is literally the extent of what I've done. So we're going to be really diving in at the shallow end tomorrow. If you are not familiar with React Native, it's going to be a great one for you. Outside of that, man, just go check. We've launched some new episodes. We got Marissa's episode from the UX workflows. That 3JS intro with Sarah Drasner was out of control. If you're interested in the schema customization stuff, just go check out the site. I mean, just go check out the site. And with that being said, it's been great. I am tired. We'll see you tomorrow. Oh, we're gonna raid, so stay tuned.